longevity of his Olympic career is almost unheard of. I mean, now you're starting to see people qualify for 4 or 5 Olympics, but it does not happen very often, and definitely was not happening when he was doing it back then. So
yeah, you think about the time span, the time frame that he was dominant. I mean, he started he was 94 Olympics as well. Oh no, 88.
Yeah, so he starts in the 84, but there's
but he goes
something
through
I'll
the 90s.
Yeah, it goes into the 90s and 96 Olympics, was it?
Long jump, right? 96.
Yeah. So we won't step on all my interview stuff, Kevin, but yes.
But I'm step on every question. I know your questions, so I'm going to step on every one. No.
Yeah, right.
But to have that kind of longevity at that level is incredible. I mean, it's another way to describe it. It's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and there's some stats I'm going to share later that it's mind blowing. But for now, we're going to kick off our first panel. So I'm going to invite Caitlin, who's our in-house moderator, and we're going to bring up the rest of the panel, and Kevin and I will give you guys all the stage. So welcome to the panel.
Thank you. Hey, everybody. So my name's Caitlin Jopp. I'm the VP of Community and Engagement here at Channel Program, and I'm super excited to be moderating today's panel on cybersecurity and authentication. So we do have a lot of stuff to talk about, but before kicking this off, I want to give our panelists the opportunity to quickly introduce themselves. So Mark, why don't you start?
Oh, sure. Thanks, Caitlin. Yeah, I'm Mark Sokol with CyberFox. We are a least privilege access and password management solution, primarily for MSPs. So.
Nice. Hakan, do you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. I'm Hakan, CEO of Timus Networks, and we offer hybrid work security access solutions over the cloud, including ZTNA and cloud firewalls.
Nice. And last but not least, Rainier.
Hey, everyone. My name is Rainier Moquette. I'm the CEO for Cyber Warrior. We train people and put them to work. So we're a wholesale talent provider for cybersecurity.
Perfect. Well, I'm really excited that you guys were able to join us today. So, all right. Our first question, should MSPs offer their security services and solutions as an upsell or as a one-off? Mark, why don't we start with you?
Sure. I think it kind of comes down to the answer I think is yes, but I think the challenge that MSPs have, and again, this is a broad statement, is that they haven't kind of focused on their own internal processes, their own security posture. So it's kind of one of those where, as an MSP, do you have the confidence to come into a prospect or an existing customer and say, hey, you really need to be doing these additional things. And then they're actually not doing it themselves. It's kind of the cobbler's kids story. Right? They don't have shoes, and they're kind of the last to focus on. So the answer should be yes, but is the challenge of the MSP probably to focus internally first, and then have that set of controls in place and security solutions, and I think it'll give them then that additional confidence to say, hey, end customer, you need to really put these set of solutions in place. So.
Nice. Rainier, coming from your background in what cyberwarrior.com does, how do you feel about this?
Well, I think the question is much bigger than sales strategy. And candidly, I think it relates to liability and to a certain degree, brand protection, right? I mean, as an MSP, regardless of if the client is paying for a service or not, there's just this mental assumption that you're the IT people. And so as the IT people, the responsibility emotionally, regardless of whether or not contractually, falls on you. And that's how all users are going to look at you. And they won't have visibility into contract terms. No, remember that you are not responsible per the contract for X, Y, and Z. They just know that it hit the fan and they're looking for you to take care of business. And I think that also it's important to consider that as an MSP, you're going to be one of the first calls that the insurance company is going to make, not as a partner necessarily, but as someone that they're looking to blame for the situation, and obviously to, see if there's a way to mitigate the liability that they currently are dealing with.
Yeah. Do you find that these solutions are better baked in versus offering them as an upsell or one-off?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's way too high risk in 2023 for any MSP to offer services that don't include security as part of their bundle.
Yeah, that totally makes sense.
Sure, and I would add to that as well as cyber insurance probably is a requirement as well these days, and they're getting only more complicated. And insurance companies are getting smarter about that as well, and they're asking more questions. You know, the standard document a few years ago was probably a page or so, and now they're significantly more. And the ability to answer that on the MSP side, and then have their customer also answer that on their side, I think is important to, you know, and again, because it's going to be mitigating risk, things will happen at some point. You know, it's how much responsibility lies on the MSP versus the end customer.
For sure. Do you find that the engagements to be more complex, or are there areas to streamline these processes when it comes to engaging with the customer? And Hakan, maybe we'll get you to answer this one.
Yeah, sure. Actually, all of us want to improve customer satisfaction, increase loyalty, and drive sales as a result. And in fact, the rules are simple here, such as identifying customer problems and needs, providing appropriate solutions, communicating effectively, and building relationships. And I think businesses that can manage the engagement process successfully and effectively have a huge competitive advantage. Taking SMB customers as an example, offering them all-in-one solutions will help a lot to win their businesses. And personalization is an essential aspect of customer engagement, I think. And every customer is unique in some way. And by collecting data on customer preferences, behavior, and interactions, businesses can tailor their offers to better meet the needs of the customers. And here you can use CRM software to track the interactions and manage leads and sales and automate the processes. And chatbots can provide basic support to customers, freeing up customer service reps to handle more complex inquiries. And latest AI technologies like ChatGPT, I think, provide an enormous opportunity to take all of these to the next level. I can easily imagine that it can help answering FAQs, providing product recommendations, offering 24/7 technical support, and conducting custom surveys.
Awesome. Mark, do you have anything to kind of add to that at all?
Yeah, I think it's kind of the have things gotten more complex. The world obviously has gotten more complicated, and you have your end user customers, or their employees, or whoever's using, right? They're all over the place now. You know, so the perimeter really has tightened down to it's essentially, I think the term is like it's at the keyboard now. That's where it is. So you want to secure that, and having that conversation with the business owner or business decision maker. You know, it isn't about the cybersecurity and all the risks and everything. They're hearing those, but it really is the loss to their business. And really, the conversation is about the revenue and risk. You know, what's the cost to your business versus what some of these solutions that I'm, you know, you kind of have to trust. It comes down to that trusted advisor. You're the trusted CTO, you're the trusted CIO, right? And those conversations have to be at the business level, and that really should resonate with owners of the end user, of the MSP's customer. So,
Rainier, just calling on you for a second, especially being more of an outsourced type of option for your solution. How do you find processing these types of conversations?
Well, I mean, I think that there's always the back and forth between the different stakeholders, and you know, one of the key things that we have to consider is how do we educate the client in order to help them understand what's involved in the service that we're trying to deliver, and at the same time become an integral part of what they're doing. But really, I think help them understand why is it that we suggest that certain processes work the way they do, and speak to it from the perspective of just regular operational best practices versus the perspective of technology. I think we sometimes get too much into the weeds and we assume that our customers, which are business people just like we will, won't understand quote unquote a process just because it's tech related. And I don't find that to be the case. You just have to say it in English and they generally can relate.
Awesome. Well, moving on, let's talk a little bit more about privilege. I know each of you guys kind of touched on this in the first few questions, but does this really belong to the MSP or is it more on the user admin side? And Mark, maybe we'll start with you on this one.
Sure. Well, I think, well, you have to kind of step back and look, what is the MSP providing? If they're providing the full outsourced IT services, which a lot do, obviously, there is a responsibility to take away certain access at the end user site, and even in some cases within the MSP themselves, as far as when an MSP loses a technician, do you have the process in place behind the scenes to account for that? Because they can walk away with, maybe they're aware of passwords and different things like that, right? So, but at the end user side, it's Microsoft recommends that there really shouldn't be an admin user at the endpoint, essentially at the actual workstation, and everybody should be a standard user, and only elevating rights and things like that at the appropriate time, whether it's the MSP taking that action in the form of technician. There's tools out there to help accommodate that. But the biggest risk there is once they obtain access, the bad actor, right, then they perform all the different things and kind of start to move through the organization. But that can be challenging because some of that conversation with on the back end work for the managed service provider to have to accommodate those requests that come in to allow simply just to update, certain applications and things like that. That can add, and it can add some frustration on the end user side. So that's what we see. And but the bottom line is about 80% or so, I believe, based on certain surveys over the last year or so, risk can be mitigated by just simply having standard users on all your workstations.
Rainier, what's your thoughts on this topic?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with Mark. I mean, you can't have even your system administrators on their regular day-to-day computer. They should be regular users, not administrative users. They should have a different set of privileges, a different account that has the necessary privileges, whatever, and that should be kept on the vault. And so when you think about that and you take that a step further, I think it's squarely on the MSP to manage privilege. I mean, the client hire you because they don't have an internal IT staff to handle data support and technology functions. They're going to have a password vault? I don't think so. And considering that there's almost never a breach that doesn't include a violation of identity to one degree or another, privilege is such a core function that the risk to both the customer and the MSP is too high for the client to try to handle internally. Unless we're talking about a very, very large enterprise, and you're, as an MSP, you're doing a very narrow thing. But outside of that, I just don't see how it would be responsible for the client to manage privilege internally.
Very good points. Hakan, do you have anything you want to add?
Privilege is a very important thing, especially we were talking about zero trust later in this session. In that concept, privilege and identity and who can do what, these are very critical things. And managing this appropriately is an important cybersecurity step. So I think for especially SMBs, MSPs need to handle this part.
Awesome. So just switching gears again, and we'll start with Renee on this one. What are the benefits of having you provide the workforce as a vendor as a service versus the MSP building that internally as their own workforce?
Yeah, I mean, this is somewhat of a self-serving answer, and I apologize for that, but it is what it is.
Intentional.
Well, I mean, when an MSP goes to a client, the value proposition of an MSP is We are in the business of IT. Outsource your tech so that you can focus on your core business. I mean, that's the value proposition. Why would the same concept not apply here? You know, cyber warrior and providers are like us. We're in the business of training people and putting them to work. This is what we do. We're a wholesale talent provider. And so we enable MSPs to focus on their core business while we provide a source that's scalable for talent, right? And so I think that the same way you talk to a client and say, hey, focus on your core business, I think that perhaps it's a good idea for you to consider doing the same.
Sorry, just kind of expanding on that, where are you finding this talent and what are like the common gaps that you see in businesses?
Well, so two sources of talent that we tap into heavily. Number one, veterans. Veterans are awesome. And so you have people that have been in the workforce for 10, 15, sometimes 20 years, and they're just transitioning out. And, you know, we take those folks, we train them up, and then, you know, they are folks that know how to work under pressure. They've dealt with a lot of thorny things that are a lot worse than a server going down. And so it's a great source of talent. And I think that another second place is folks that are in their second or third career. I've seen a lot of situations where people are over 50 and nobody wants them because they're of a certain age. And so there's age discrimination that's rampant within the IT industry. And that is, I think, really, really silly. You know, a 50-year-old person is going to be a lot more mature, a lot more savvy in handling things than somebody who's 22. So, you know, I think that it's an important thing to call out. And then a third place where we've had a ton of success is in Latin America. And, you know, the economy being what it is today, everybody wants to save money. And so in Latin America, we've been able to find people that have very strong English. They're in US time zones. And there's also a very strong cultural alignment with American clients. And so it really depends on your budget and your overall hiring strategy. But I think that that type of out of the box thinking is the way to tap into, you know, strong resources and pipeline of talent.
Awesome. Hakan or Mark, do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
Sure. I think, sorry, Hakan, if you want to go first.
Please, Mark, please.
Go ahead. Okay, sure. Yeah, I think it's just, if you think about everything, 100%, you're never going to find all the talent. There's such a talent shortage. It's interesting, when you talked about this, several kind of local shows we've been to, trade shows, there are people in their kind of in their mid, like it is their third career. They're in their 50s and they're taking cybersecurity training courses and things like that. So there, you know, quite honestly, for the MSP as well, you know, if there are those opportunities that they should maybe look at. It's not somebody just out of college these days to even just hire, right? But outsourcing is just, we do it at our company, right? There's outsourced marketing, there's outsourced helping us out with events just in general as well. We do have some outsourced development as we scale up and down and things like that. So your business moves. So I think outsourcing, and the MSP is the classic outsourcer to their end user. So I agree 100% there that to leverage those, especially that need of the shortage, because the last thing that happens, it kind of sometimes really hurts the MSP, right? They lose that key person that goes across the street and maybe makes more money or goes back to like an internal, like an IT department, you know, kind of different from their career. I think you need that balance. I think most organizations need to have a mix of strategy should be in-house, and then certain things on the outside they should leverage. So,
yeah, I definitely agree. It's hard to find that balance sometimes amongst different departments.
Yeah.
Hakan, anything you want to add?
Yeah, actually, fully agree on that because if sometimes you cannot find the expertise you need immediately, so you can use outsourcing from the vendor or a specific company like Cyber Warrior, but otherwise you have your own stuff, and then you have a better cultural fit within your own employees, so it has its own advantages. So a mix of both probably can be the best solution. And about the talent pool, just one comment on that. Collaborating with the local colleges and offering some internships to smart students can be an effective solution as well. We sometimes do that and it works.
Yeah, we try and do that at Channel Program. I know Kevin's been pushing for a partnership with the University of Maryland. So that's definitely something that I think is overlooked a lot of the time. All right. This is, again, your bread and butter. So new solutions are required for hybrid work and cloud adoption of SMBs, like cloud firewalls and zero trust network access. So do you want to kind of expand on that?
Of course. Thank you. Actually, 50% of the employees think about switching jobs if they cannot work remotely. So this number is growing. And this is why the hybrid work model is here to stay, and also for SMBs if they want to stay competitive. And additionally, there is this cloud adoption of SMBs, and it's accelerating as well, meaning that the employees can access company data and applications residing in the cloud from anywhere with an internet connection. So the companies traditionally relied on box-based VPNs to provide secure remote access, right? Is still being heavily used. However, the use of those VPNs on a larger scale is creating performance and security problems. 80% of all hacking incidents involve compromised credentials or passwords, and 43% of the attacks hit businesses with less than 250 employees. So guess what happens if the VPN credentials of an employee are compromised? Oops, we have a ransom situation. So the solution actually is to replace the implicit trust to those credentials with strong verification of user identities based on their behaviors and context. And this concept is called Zero Trust Network Access, or ZTNA. And it assumes that all users and devices represent a potential threat, even if they're inside your private network. And a ZTNA solution must also be delivered from the cloud to cover this cloud adoption use case as well. Gartner is predicting that this year, 60% of the large enterprises will phase out most of their traditional VPNs in favor of ZTNA solutions. And I expect this transition to take place in SMBs as well, because the root causes of remote work, cloud adoption, and VPN security risks are also valid for them. Actually, SMBs, after the pandemic, SMBs are being pushed to fast forward their digital transformation journey, and solutions for SMBs need to be simple to deploy with minimal effort on the SMB and MSP part, and include other key features like identity and privileged access and multi-factor authentication all in one, making the deployment easy.
Awesome. Mark, do you want to expand on that a little bit?
I think it just comes down to that, and it's been a common thing for years, is what's in your tech stack, and and if you know what tech stack is, right? And sometimes new MSPs haven't heard that term, but making sure that you're aligned to the different threats that are out there, and over time building into your stack. In addition, a lot of it's about process, really, in security. But there are obviously the tools that are out there to support those processes. And if you're aligning, let's say, on sys controls, starting to go through your technology and process and systems to account for each and every one of those controls over time, whether it's you're using that framework, or maybe there's others out there as well internationally. Cyber Essentials, I believe, is one. And so I think that is really the key. And then having that, and then looking at, okay, what technology can help support that? I think that's important. And of course, it's always evolving. It's always changing. I agree with Hakan that for the MSP, the average MSP, maybe not, everything really needs to be simple, get up and running, and simple to maintain over time. Because every time you add something to your tech stack, you're just adding more time and maybe resources to it behind the scenes in the solutions in some cases that maybe they came from the enterprise space and they're trying to come down. I think it probably should be the other way around. You're looking at those that really support the SMB and an MSP, and the simplistic solutions are sometimes the best because you're putting in place, again, you're mitigating that risk. So if you have 100% risk, now maybe you can get down to 20% risk in some of these solutions. And then it's a journey. Security is a journey, and picking those solutions, aligning your process to those, it's not overnight. It can take years in some cases. So.
Renee, anything that you want to add to that?
I think that the hybrid workforce, and to be candid, not even hybrid. I think hybrid is going to be the exception. I think 100% remote is going to be the norm in the years to come. And so, I can tell you that the students coming out of my programs and going into the workforce, I had a good friend reach out to me last night that's do a career change, and she's very interested in cybersecurity. Why? Because she wants to work remote. Period. I mean, that is a key driving force for folks coming into the industry. And I think that there's a lot of industries, and I do a ton of mentorship, and I tell people all the time, I'm like, listen, if I were you, I wouldn't even consider a job that's not remote. Why? Because there's so many out there. And unless you're doing field services as an MSP where you need that, or maybe you've got a brick and mortar, which if you're brick and mortar and you don't have an online component, you're in trouble. The workforce, especially the younger one, is going for remote jobs. And so when you think about that, the traditional tech stack is not relevant anymore. It has to be a strategy based on zero trust architectures that allow people to work from anywhere. And I think not only is it something that our SMB clients need to adopt as a business imperative, but I think it's also something that our MSPs need to adopt as well, so they have access to greater pools of talent.
Awesome. I completely agree. Okay, our final question for today. So cybersecurity awareness training is important for all customers' employees, and we've seen that tenfold. But what are each of your thoughts on this based on the increasing threat landscape previously and as we move into the future of cybersecurity and authentication? So why don't we start with Hakan on this one?
Yeah, things are getting really sophisticated, and we can no longer think of cybersecurity as an issue for the IT department to take care of. And probably the most important step in any organization now is to ensure that it is working towards a culture of awareness around cybersecurity. And this training should teach employees about the fundamentals, the risks of cyber attacks, and how to prevent them with best practices. And this can include simple things like creating strong passwords, recognizing phishing emails, avoiding unsafe websites, and having secure connections when they are working remotely. And many industries have compliance requirements related to cybersecurity, such as HIPAA for healthcare or PCI DSS for payment card processing. And providing cybersecurity awareness training to all relevant people is a fundamental piece of most of these requirements. Providing the training is important, but not enough, by the way, and the results must also be measured. Taking this a step further, I believe that the results should also have an impact on the access privileges of the employees. And as Timos Networks, we have a cybersecurity training portal for everyone called Cyber Awareness for All. And you should check that portal at cyberawarenessforall.com, which emphasizes the precautions that all of us should take in our daily lives.
Awesome. Rainier, do you want to expand on that?
I think it's pretty simple. It's not just important, it's the law. I mean, forget about whether or not it's important. That being said, when the first set of privacy laws started coming out 10 to 15 years ago, I remember in Massachusetts, where I'm at, I was collaborating with a friend who was actually the key original author of the Massachusetts privacy law. And, security awareness training was one of the first things to be involved. And why is that? Why was that kind of table stakes? It's because we all know that the user is always the biggest threat vector. It doesn't matter how many locks you put on the doors and windows. If your kids keep on opening the doors from the inside, you're going to have a problem. And so that's what it boils down to.
Yeah. Mark, any final thoughts on that?
No, I think they said it well. I mean, it does comes down to people, and I mean, and they're also getting threatened on themselves personally. So I think one way to maybe put that in front of the end user is to give them that ability on their own personal way and give them reasons to consider it from a personal level as well.
Awesome. So we're being chimed. So in closing, I just want to give each of you a quick opportunity to close our conversation with a few final thoughts and how anybody in our audience can get a hold of you if they'd like to have this conversation with you guys outside of this event.
Sure, I'll wrap up here. Yeah, I think in the end, it's so many different things, so many moving parts. Get your security posture in place on your own first on the MSP, and then also work with your customers on that. And cyberfox.com, again, we're about least privilege access and password management.
Perfect. Hakan, do you want to go next?
Yeah. Yes, awareness, very critical, and who is managing the privileges, and we talked all about that, and the zero trust, as we all mentioned. And as TMUS, we provide zero trust access designed from the ground up for SMBs. I think this is very important because you cannot take an enterprise solution to SMBs easily. And our solution includes firewall as a service, secure gateway, and identity and management parts, privilege management parts, and MFA, adaptive MFA in a simple to deploy manner. And we have received 3 awards this year in zero trust security and network security categories. And our team is in Boston and New York. And we're a 100% channel company. We offer a self-service partner portal that you can manage all your customer accounts, subscriptions, billing, and payments yourselves. And we provide white glove pre-sales and after-sales services to our partners. We'll be leading the onboarding of our partners' first 5 customers, and we'll strongly support them afterwards. And we will be in our SA conference next week, and we'd like to arrange a meeting with you there. And please send an email to business@timusnetworks.com or fill a form in our website, timusnetworks.com. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. And Renee, we'll close it out with you.
Well, thanks everyone for listening. Cyber Warriors is a wholesale cybersecurity talent provider. So if you're looking for security engineers, we can provide them either on demand on a part-time basis or as dedicated contractors where they're on our payroll but they're working for you and for you only. Or lastly, we can provide you with full-time employees. So if you're looking for cybersecurity engineering support, we can give that to you. Again, dedicated contractors, part-time folks, full-time folks, you need cybersecurity talent. Here we are, cyberwarrior.com.
Perfect. Awesome. Well, thank you all for your participation today. This was a great conversation, and I think it's really set the stage for what's going to be a really great day of content. So, and thank you, Matt and Kevin, for giving me the opportunity to moderate this. They don't let me speak to the public very often.
That's not true. That is not true.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks
Thank
everyone.
You so much.
All right. Thanks, Caitlin. All right. So we're going to keep things moving along here, and I'm going to bring up my friend Justin Weller from Blackpoint. And Justin, you have the next 10 minutes. It's your stage.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? How are we doing today? We doing well? It's good, man. That's good. Well, I just wanted to say, man, thank you so much for all of this. This has been such a super, super fun and exciting show here. We really love working with the channel partner team, and I'm going to do a +1 vote for Caitlin to be on many more webinars. So let her out of the office if you could, and onto the stage a little more. Well, cool. Well, I know that I've got just a couple of minutes to kind of talk here a little bit. And really what I wanted to talk about really briefly is just the benefit of having some sort of methodology when it comes to cybersecurity, when it comes to something that it's kind of like having a budget, right? If we don't have a budget, can we possibly get to where we're trying to get to? Probably, right? It's possible, but it's not going to be very likely that we're going to get to what needs to be taken care of. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to talk today a little bit about the, providing a common lens for defense capabilities. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can share out my screen here. Share this out. All right, I believe this is it. All right. Can we see here? Can we get that screen up here? All right.
Yeah, let me get it up there. There you go.
All right, cool. So here's where it becomes really, really difficult. You know, we heard from the panelists a little bit earlier today. There's all kinds of stuff, but the problem is this: the battle is on the endpoint, and the entry point is oftentimes the user. With that being said, we still want to make sure that we have a lot of really cool things or a really good process in place for some sort of a defense in-depth type methodology. Now, the problem lies this when it comes to MSPs, right? Which one do I choose? We've got all kinds of them that are out there. We've got, NIST, CMMC, CIS, and then which version, and they're constantly changing. So what we decided to do here at Blackpoint is we decided to come up with some sort of kind of a common lens for defense capabilities here. And really, we're going to see 5 major pillars when it comes to defense in-depth methodology and having the ability to be able to kind of standardize on some sort of a stack. Now, the first thing that we need to have here is we need to have some sort of asset identification, right? This is basic concept here. If I don't know what I've got to protect, can't protect it, right? It's kind of that simple. So this is going to be the area of RMMs oftentimes. We're looking at things like devices themselves, operating systems, level of patching, applications that are installed, those kinds of things. We've got to know what it is that we need to protect. Now, once we've identified what has to be protected, then we got to go ahead and move to the next pillar here, which is going to be hardening the infrastructure. This right here is basic cybersecurity hygiene, right? Think about taking the attack surface and reducing it to as small as humanly possible. We had the people on the panelists talk earlier before. Strong passwords, right? That's kind of table stakes today. Multi-factor authentication, 100%. Across the board. If you can do multi-factor authentication or some sort of SSO, we're going to highly, highly recommend that. And really, it should be the standard today. Principle of least privilege. We talked about that for 5 minutes on the panel earlier, right? The reality of the situation is with the castle kind of being blown apart, so to speak, right? We no longer have that one perimeter around the entirety of the things that we're trying to protect. We really are in a battle where the endpoint is where the battle is taking place. And when we run into scenarios where not only in a hybrid environment, but a fully remote environment, we don't get to control most of that network. We don't get to control most of those devices. We know that we can put policies in place, but people are going to be people, right? They're going to put themselves in a position where they're like, oh, well, I'm not around my work computer right now, but hey, I've got my 7-year-old laptop that hasn't had, the pre-installed antivirus updated in the last 7 years. Let's go ahead and jump on that, right? So having that kind of a scenario and principle of least privilege and thinking things like no DMZs. I mean, it's 2023. We probably should try to keep as much of our infrastructure internally to be not public facing. I know we're not going to be able to get away from it completely, but we want to try to get there. So we've identified what it is we've got to protect. We have found a way to harden that infrastructure, reduce the attack surface as much as we possibly can. Well, like we talked about on the panel before, and I really appreciate going after them. This has helped me out dramatically for this. The bottom line is this: we've got to be able to detect. This is where I believe that we, as the cybersecurity vendors that are out there for the MSP community, have really kind of done a disservice to the MSP community, because we only talk about one side of the battle. The first side of the battle, which is the common one, is going to be malicious software, malicious tools, malicious code that gets run. Think like malware, right? That kind of stuff, ransomware. These are going to be the areas of, EDR solutions. This is going to be, next generation antivirus that's going to be responsible for this. The good thing is they stop them in their tracks. The bad thing is they only stop the things that they know. So if we obfuscate or anything of that nature, or it gets changed in any way, it makes it really, really difficult for them to stop. But the problem is there's another side to the battle that doesn't get talked about a whole lot. And what that is called, that's called live off the land, hack, or tradecraft. This is where hackers are basically jumping in, and once they get inside of a network, they're going to be using legitimate Windows system admin tools to be able to do the things that they need to do. As IT professionals, what do? We hop on the machines remotely, we install applications using privileged access, we laterally move between machines, we sometimes exfiltrate data. Well, what do threat actors do? Well, they remotely jump onto machines, right? They try to install software with privileged access. And so what happens is so often the behaviors that they use is the same as the legitimate IT behaviors. These are all things, and they're using tools that are never going to be caught by any type of a EDR or NGAV type solution. So this is where something like Blackpoint is going to come in. This is where you're going to want to put yourself in a situation where you need to have real time monitoring. You've got to be able to have human eyes that can take a look at those things and actually identify that particular behavior. Because the bottom line is this: these threat actors, they may be immoral, but they are not stupid. They know the hours that we work, they are understanding of time zones, right? They know the tools, and they know that you have EDR. They know how they work as well. So oftentimes we're going to want to be able to detect those as quickly as possible. That's where something like managed detection and response, true response, getting some immediate action by your SOC is going to be imperative here. Because here's the thing: once you detect it, we've got to be able to respond to it. We hear these stats all the time. The average dwell time of threat actors in a network is 872 days, right? The fact is this: that's not a stat that's true anymore. Now, when we're talking about things like nation state espionage and that kind of stuff, totally true. Their goal is to stay as quiet as possible and stay in there as long as possible. But if we're talking about things like the 10-person accounting office or 50-person hospital, these types of threat actors, they're trying to get in, hit, and get out. They want to exfiltrate data. They want to do ransomware. They want to maybe double extort, right? Which is where they exfiltrate the data, ransom you, and if you don't pay, they'll sell your information on the internet, that kind of stuff. So we've got to start operating with an assumption that a breach is going to happen with our customers, and then move our defense methodology back there. Last but not least, right, after, obviously the goal here, all 5 of these particular things here, these first 4 columns, these are preventative measures. But then we have what the data or what the threat actor is actually looking to accomplish, whether it is, again, ransomware, whether it is data exfiltration. Keep in mind, the goal is to never, ever get past this point. But if something were to happen, you've got to have a great recovery process in place. You've got to make sure that you can put yourself into a position where you now have the ability to recover. You think things like incident response, think things like breach counsel, think things like cyber insurance, backups, even better disaster recovery type solutions that are out there. Really, this column right here is kind of your catch-all to limit the blast radius as much as possible and kind of help you live to fight another day. But what are some practical things that we can do, right? So what I wanted to do to finish this up here is I wanted to talk about just some questions to consider. The average threat actor is going to be looking and enumerating for a number of different things. Now, you may not be able to stop them in their tracks, but what you can do is severely slow them down, because we're only looking at hours to days to have the ability for these threat actors to be inside of your network. So if that's the case, speed is of the essence, and we want to make sure that we can slow them down as much as possible. So here's some things that they're going to be taking a look at. I'm being dinged, and I'll be very quick here. We want to take a look at stuff like users, local or domain, privileged or not. What's the role that they have inside of the company? Please, can we stop calling users CFO? Can we stop calling users CEO, right? All we've done is tell these threat actors that, hey, I've got a pretty privileged account at this point. Are they remote or on-premise, or their service accounts? Then the domain. Who's the administrators? Trusts, groups, host names. No more CFO computer. No more, CEO computer. Are they on-premise or the cloud? When we talk about networks, we want to take a look at things like the subnets. Can I get to the, the wireless network from the local network? Are they same? Are they separate? Getting that information. And then obviously applications. What ports are open? Are they exploitable? VPN, remote access. So these are things that they're going to be looking for. So I wanted to make sure that you guys could probably take a screenshot of this and really kind of allow you to be in a spot to answer these questions. So thanks so much for your time. I know that I went through a lot right there, but
Good job.
It's going to be recorded, so they'll slow it down.
Exactly. All right, Justin, we appreciate your time, and thank you for joining us today.
Appreciate it.
Of course. All right, so yeah, we have a lot of things happening today, and we're going to keep things moving along. I don't know, Kevin, are you joining us for a second here? At least on audio.
All right, fine. I'll get off.
No, you
I
can.
just wanted to say hi. All right, go ahead.
Who's your guest? Oh, you just come on with a
I
person.
can't tell you who my guest is. It's a
Okay.
surprise.
All right. So we're gonna bring up our next panel. Let me just get my notes here for a second. And this is gonna be around an IT management panel, navigating risk and opportunities in the ever-changing MSP landscape. Insights from industry experts. And I'm gonna bring up Kathleen, who's gonna be moderating. Welcome, Kathleen. And
hey, great to be here.
Absolutely, great to have you. And we're going to bring up the rest of the panel, and then it's yours to moderate.
Thank you. Oh, look at those fantastic faces. Good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are.
Hello.
Hi. As you heard, my name is Kathleen Martin, and I am excited about this panel. We've spent some time talking and prepping for this. But today we're really going to talk to you about risk. What does risk look like, and how do you navigate it in our ever-changing, all-the-time landscape? So I'd like to start by asking each one of my guests to briefly introduce themselves. Andrew.
Yes, hello. Oh, no, go on.
Andrew, let's start with you.
So Andrew Eardley, I ran MSP for 25 years until I sold my business last year. So I've been there, done that, got the T-shirt. Now I run MSP Easy Tools, the complete Office 365 security toolkit, and we'll touch on that a bit later.
Anne-Marie?
Oh, hi, folks. I'm Anne-Marie Moore. I work for a company called Media Sonar. And we actually work in the whole digital risk assessment space and help organizations understand what exposures they have out there in the big world of public online networks as far as the surface, deep, and dark web. So I'm kind of excited for this conversation today when we're starting to talk about risk.
And Brock.
Yes, hello. I'm Brock Hafen, the partner manager for Printix. I've been in cloud printer management for about 8 years now, and I know I'm still pretty new to the game, right? But I'm hoping to bring a little bit of insight today.
Well, I think all of you have a ton of insight to share, so let's jump right in. This first question, I'm going to give to you, Anne-Marie. This is coming right at you. So how can MSPs be watching the trends, pay attention to everything that their customers are looking for in this ever-changing economy? It's been up, it's been down, it's been back, it's been forth. Everything's a threat, everything's a risk. Tell me a little bit about what MSPs can build in their practice.
Sure. Actually, it's funny. I was just listening to what Justin had to say, and there's some pretty common themes, I think, that have happened today. And for me, no matter what the trends are out there, you got to pay attention through discussion, because the trends that are important are only those that resonate with your customer base. You can spend a lot of time chasing a lot of things. There is a specific table stakes change, again, that I think carries on from what Justin had said, that I'd encourage any MSP to really understand and assess specifically for their customers, because I think it's a great opportunity for meaningful discussion. And it has to do with that whole digital risk landscape. Really understanding and making sure your customer base knows what their attack surface is at the end of the day, because it is different for everybody. And there is a real compelling argument that the external attack surface is a whole different monster for all of us today. And a lot of things have changed that. I heard the conversation about hybrid and remote work. That just changes the game for sure. And it doesn't matter if you're enterprise or SMB. It's a risk landscape for all of us. The explosion and evolution of cloud, right? It's kind of a standard from an IT network perspective. Shadow IT, which has been here for decades, is never going to go away and is exacerbated by all of that. So I think with all of that related to, what the table stakes is, with all of that comes a change in expectations and scrutiny too. And Justin even touched on that. He took a lot of my thunder, actually, as he's going through it. But it's not just about a compliance, though. It's about, for an MSP, your customer and their customers, in terms of demand, and that also extends to the insurance providers. What are you doing about keeping that data secure and private, and understanding that that attack surface is really broad and it extends beyond your network walls.
So Brock, risk, printing, where does this all come together? Kind of help us understand that intersection.
Yeah, I think Anne-Marie hit it on the head. To me, there is no single almighty resource that's going to help you stay ahead of all risk and all trends, and you just have to go to one website and you're going to get everything you ever want. To me, it's all about being a part of the community, right? That is the best way to not only stay ahead of trends, but be a part of them as well as they're happening. And you can help, develop, even if it's, issues, you can help develop fixes for the rest of the community who are looking or who are going to be looking for a solution to a problem that you may be encountering now. And of course, I'm speaking to the choir here because that's what everybody is doing today. And Channel Program just happens to be an awesome way to do that and to stay a part of the community.
Andrew, I see you shaking your head. So bring us home on this thought.
Yeah, I think one of the big aspects that we deal with as an MSP is we try to, we are responsible for everything. Whether the client pays us for it is another thing. That's another conversation. But, they look to us to fix their problems. But, looking back at history, how many products do we actually, as an MSP, cover? Way too many is the honest answer. We're trying to cover printing, we're trying to cover Google, we're trying to cover Microsoft, we're trying to cover on-prem servers at every type of age. You can't be an expert at everything. It's impossible. So one of the things I really embrace and embraced in my previous business was KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. Reduce the risk. And by reducing actually what you cover, you actually make yourself a much better team, much better for your end clients. Risk is one thing, but as I said, you can't cover everything. So you do have to focus on what you're expert or you want to be an expert at and reduce what you're looking after. Either get your clients to move to the products that you want, as we did. We moved from SBS 2011, 2008 on-prem servers. We moved them into Office 365. That's where we moved them into. I'm not saying Office 365 is the only place. You choose what you want to move them to, but just go to the one. If your clients don't want to move, then very politely move your clients on.
So Andrew, as long as we're with you, let's go to our next question, which is, we look at the risk that businesses are open to through any of their customer engagements, correct? And as we do that, from Office 365, like you just mentioned, to their web interactions, to the security of data, we heard earlier, obviously the front door is open the second you let somebody into your business. How does a business, begin to learn what they don't know? How do they know what they don't know?
Yeah, well, that's the first thing. I think going back to what Brock and Anne-Marie were talking about, it's the community. You can't be an MSP in isolation anymore. You can't just sit doing the things that you've always done. Go back to the good old days when we were break fix and we earned a lot of money for when clients called up. You've got to move on with the times now. The biggest threat to an MSP's livelihood today, let's not just talk about, it's not about your business that's a threat now as an MSP owner. It's actually your livelihood. That, are you going to have a home to live in? That's really what it's up to nowadays. If you as an MSP owner, your clients get breached, your name's gone. It's maybe the business name's gone, but really it's your name, because most MSPs, it's the MSP owner's name that they really buy into. So you've got to be very careful about what you're doing. And the only way you're going to know what you don't know is by talking and being in the community and then figuring out the bits that you need to be on top of. Partner up with the right companies to do the bits that you need to do. Specialists in their field. In the UK, we call them general practitioners. I think in the US, they're called primary care physicians. You can't be a primary care physician anymore. We can, as an MSP owner, be the GPs, but you have got to be working with the specialists. You've got to know the guy that's the specialist in cardiology to fix your heart, or the guy that's going to look after your lungs, or whatever it is. You've got to deal with the specialists. You cannot be general anymore. There are too many attack points, and you are going to get hit. It's not a case of if, it's a case of when, unless you use the right people to help you stay on top and keep the cyber criminals away from your front door.
So Brock, as I think about this, what are some of the things that MSPs are overlooking in your opinion? As we consider this, what is that average MSP business owner overlooking today when it comes to risk?
Yeah, and I don't want to say people are overlooking this necessarily, because there are a lot of really smart MSPs out there who are already very aware of most of the issues that they are facing today. But in my mind, and especially around printing, because that's what I'm most familiar with, but it applies to everything, is accessibility. How cheap is tech today? Any user can jump on Amazon and buy a $40 Wi-Fi printer and set it up in their home and start printing sensitive information. And they may even think that, hey, I'm helping the company here. I'm saving them money on ink and toner and whatever. And I'm a workaholic and I just want to get my work done and then take it into the office. And nobody else is going to see these documents. I'm going to hold them in my hand the entire time. I'm going to get them there to the office. It's going to be fine. And they just don't know that that is a risk. And it's a huge risk, and cheap tech will always be around. It'll keep getting worse, of course, but the best thing to do is not necessarily be aware of the risks as an MSP, but focus on education and educating customers where a risk may arise.
You mean like maybe putting sensitive documents on Discord? I don't know. Something like that could happen. Not that, any of us would ever see that. So Anne-Marie, what are the downsides, and not like I just brought one up, of the risk of the access to all of this, right? Access to the internet, access to data, access that they don't even realize they have.
Well, let me address it maybe in a different way, because I think we all know the downside, right? Some of that, I think that's obvious. I've heard it. Andrew touched on it a little bit. I think at the end of the day, as an MSP, the critical role related to that is you've got the downside, and working with clients is really that operating philosophy. It's not a matter of if you get breached. It's a matter of when. So what can I do best with you in terms of the services I bring and or the people, the specialists I bring to the table? Because in my mind, I am your MSP. And frankly, we're building out this blueprint together that we're going to optimize your tech stack. We're going to make you run efficiently, effectively. We're going to deal with all that operating risk. And in the meantime, we're also going to make sure making those decisions, are we managing the security piece of it too? And I think that is the critical, at the baseline of all the conversations now, it really should be about that. It's not about if, it is about when. What are we doing about it? And how can we optimize your spend and match it with your tolerance of what you want to do?
That's a great way to be talking about it. So let's move into our third question. And Brock, you kind of touched on this, device creep. Oh, that is my least favorite thing. It's almost worse than project scope creep, device creep. How does a business owner working with their MSP really consider the security and operational aspects of device creep?
Yeah, device creep will never stop. We need to get that out of our heads now. It's never going to stop. Tech will keep getting cheaper, more accessible, more users will keep getting more of it and bringing it into the office or using it at their homes. So in terms of risk, we shouldn't be looking at battling device creep head on, beating users over the head, saying, stop bringing stuff in, stop getting, this old phone and bringing it in, stop bringing in your laptop, stop, printer, whatever. And we should be looking at assisting users in doing their job the best and most secure way possible. Because most users are not out to get the company. They don't, come into the office every day and say, how am I going to create more risk for the company? They just want to do their job in the most efficient way possible. And sometimes that most efficient way doesn't align with the most secure way of doing their job. But as an MSP, if you have the right tools to come to them and say, hey, I notice you're doing it this way. What if I gave you a tool to do it this way? We kind of meet in the middle, and it's still going to be efficient for you, but it's going to be more secure. And I know users can be hard to work with, right? And sometimes they just don't trust you or they don't care to work with you on finding the most secure way of doing things. But building their trust is really important. Checking up with them, regularly and saying, hey, is there anything I can do for you to help you do your job a little better? Or are you dealing with any issues right now that I can help you with? And if you help them with a small problem, they're going to trust you the next time they come to a problem and they say, okay, I want to go buy a printer right now and just have it on my desk and do it because that's going to save me a ton of time. Instead, they're going to reach out to you and say, hey, is there something I can do about this? Like, I'm really sick of walking downstairs every day to get my print jobs. Like, can you help me?
Andrew, it seems like we are singing right from your song sheet. I'm watching smiles, head nods, agreement. So share a little bit about your thoughts when it comes to device creep and the risk that are associated with it, or alternatively, the opportunity for MSPs to come in and use this to their advantage.
I think you've got to see everything as an opportunity more than anything else. You need to be their point of reference for when they do need to get new devices. You've got to instill in them that you're not there to make a massive profit. You're not. You're there to make sure they're secure, make sure you've got their best interests at heart. We are, as an MSP, their trusted advisor. If you're not the trusted advisor, you need to work on that. If you're just there as break fix, you haven't really got a job. That's not a role anymore for an MSP. We are their trusted advisor. They're the person they turn to every time they've got a single thought about spending money in terms of buying some technology, whether that be software or physical hardware. It should always be, Mr. MSP, what should I be doing here? Why? And you've got to give them a true, honest answer. You don't have to provide the service. You don't have to provide the kit. All you should really be doing for the majority of it is pointing at somebody else to provide it for them. Even if it's daft as it sounds, go and buy this device from Amazon, and here's the link for it. Or go to the big box stores to buy this or the other. It's not about you earning profit every single time you talk to them. You're building trust every single time that you talk to them. That is critical because you can then get in when you need to.
I love that statement, building trust every time you talk to them.
Yeah.
So we talked a little bit about risk. We've talked about deployments. We've talked about tools. We've talked about security. I've heard from all three of you kind of where things align. But Anne-Marie, this one's for you. What is the difference for those that are listening between IT, security, services and solutions, and delivery? Because there's a big difference.
Oh, yeah. And I actually don't want to insult anybody with my answer. Like I would like to think it's
simple. Andrew told us early on. We're going with the KISS theory here.
I think that the IT service and solutions are one thing. IT security service delivery has to do with you really understanding your customer's digital landscape, their blueprint. That's the distinction, and that speaks to what Andrew was just chatting about in terms of that trusted advisor. Overall, I'm a big believer that with this conversation, having that blueprint conversation with your customer, understanding what that attack surface possibly looks like for them, who they interact with, what their network looks like, what their vendors are, et cetera. Then in understanding that landscape, understanding what's most important for you to manage for them, what they're going to pay for, changes what you're doing with the solution. Like it's how those two are married together. And frankly, for the MSPs out there that are not really yet in the security service business, that's a great conversation to have, to say, let's map this out. And maybe you're not in a position to deliver the service, but you're building that standard of care, that trusted advisor, by saying, I want to know when I want to care and I want to understand. And frankly, at the end of the day, it could be a security service practice opportunity for you as an MSP and recurring revenue.
Andrew, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, there was a previous conversation in the last panel, about, should we sell IT services and security as two separate products? The answer is no, but you should actually be pushing together. As a standard MSP, it used to be we just fixed IT problems. That, to be blunt, in this day and age, is really simple to do. Fixing an IT problem, first line support staff, that's it. Anybody can do that these days on Windows 11. The thing about MSPs today, and it's really MSSPs now, is where we're heading towards. It's all about security. That's what clients want now. Their biggest threat is not the computers falling and failing. That is not the problem that we had, 20, 25 years ago. Yes, it was. Even 10 years ago, hardware failing, backups failing, all that. Today, it's the threat of cybersecurity. That's the biggest threat to businesses worldwide, not UK or America. It's a worldwide problem. And that's what we need to focus on. And I say, as Anne-Marie just said, even if you can't deliver it, you need to be talking about it and finding a partner that can deliver the security for your clients.
Fantastic. Brock, as we're thinking about all of this, where do you see opportunities for MSPs with both IT delivery, security delivery, bringing the whole thing together? What are the opportunities you see?
Yeah, I think Andrew said it best. And again, using print as an example, it is nearly impossible today to become an expert on all makes and models of printers, right? There's so many makes and models and features and updates that you would spend all day, every day, and you still probably wouldn't even be an expert on all the different printers out there. And that's just printers. And so, it's not about spending all of your time becoming the expert. Instead, just become the hero, right? If printing is a pain to you and nobody likes managing printing, that means customers don't like it either. Then if you have the right tools, you can go to your customers and be the hero, not just the expert, but the hero that says, let me take this off your plate. I've got a ubiquitous tool. It'll be easy. We'll take care of it. It'll be secure. You don't have to worry about it anymore.
All right, so we've kind of summed up our questions today. I'd now like to give each one of our panelists, starting with you, Anne-Marie, an opportunity to share a little bit more about you and how people can get in contact with you and how you can assist them grow their revenue base.
Sure. I'll just reiterate. So Media Sonar, we are a software and service company. We work very much in the external attack surface space. We provide a digital risk exposure and remediation assessment software and service, and basically identifies surface indicators of data breaches, violence threats, reputational damaging content, etc., in the broader public online world of social, surface, deep, and dark web. To tie it back into kind of what we're chatting with today even more tightly, though, our digital risk assessments will allow MSPs to provide clients with like a summarized actionable assessment of their exposure for their corporate digital assets. When we talked about that blueprint kind of conversation and mapping it out, it can serve as a really great tool to building a plan with clients of saying, okay, this is what's out there for you. It's already there, sort of thing. And using that as that conversation starter in terms of, okay, so what are the opportunities to manage your attack surface or your digital risk exposure? And again, always trying to create opportunity for that MSP to build some recurring security service revenue and have that great standard of care leave with their clients.
Fantastic. Andrew, over to you, sir.
Okay, so we're specialists in Office 365. It's called the Complete Office Security Toolkit. And basically, it fixes the three major problems you have when you move from on-prem servers to Office 365. We only deal with Office 365, so we know every way that cyber criminals can get in. It's not just our knowledge, it's the cumulative knowledge of all the MSPs that we work with globally. And it makes us so that you can sleep at night, know that you're not only are you secure, but your clients are totally secure. And if there is a breach, because there will be, you'll know about it rapidly. The second thing it fixes, you can fix it really quickly. And when I say you, I mean your first line support engineers, because there's no point you as the boss being able to fix it because you keep being disturbed. You want your first line guys with very little experience in Office 365 to be able to fix it rapidly. And then the last thing that it fixes is monthly recurring revenue. Going back 10 years, I didn't know what monthly recurring revenue meant. I was changing 2 or 3 servers a month. I didn't care. I've got plenty of cash coming in. When you move people to Office 365, well, there's no money in Office 365, that you get from the 15%, whatever it is. You only get it from the upsell, and you can only sell stuff to your clients that they actually need. And cybersecurity in Office 365 is definitely something that you need. So that's us in a nutshell.
I appreciate that. And Brock, bring us home, sir. Tell us a little bit about your business.
Thank you so much. I won't take very long. Printix has been providing cloud printer management for MSPs for over 12 years. It is a great tool that allows you to, from the cloud, manage any make and model of printer. So like we mentioned before, stop trying to spend all your time becoming an expert on every little thing out there. Use something like Printix that will allow you to be an expert immediately, overnight, manage all those printers, and most importantly, it'll allow you to give your users a process, allow them to print the way they want to. That also happens to be the most secure way to do it.
Thank you. All right, so I want to take this time to thank each one of you, and I want to take this opportunity to also thank Channel Program for the opportunity for us to do this. Let's remind people to go in, use that platform, be a part of the community as you heard today. And I want to ask you to keep sending in your cards and letters. You've got questions for any one of these panelists. You've got questions on what's going on. Send those on in either through the chat or to Caitlin directly. And don't forget to take time to do those reviews in the Channel Program platform. So with that, Matt, let me turn this back over to you, sir.
I'm back up here. Thank you all. Thanks everyone for participating. Thank you so much, Kathleen, for moderating. All right, Kevin. All right, we got you on camera now.
I'm back on. Is that acceptable?
On. It is. It is. So what? I'll let you do an intro because I know you're friends with the next gentleman. But I did want to point out, I just want to give Mail Protector a special shout out here because they actually earned their way into this event through a contest we ran, and we basically did, which vendor could get the most product reviews from their MSP audience, and we had two winners, and it was Mail Protector and Crewwho, and so yeah, just congratulations. They obviously have a lot of customers that are willing to give really great feedback to them. So
well done. Yeah, I think they're moving way up to the right on the charts, which is great.
Yep.
But I'm thrilled to introduce David from Mail Protector, CEO of Mail Protector, good friend, fellow YouTube fan, which is great. But above that, they've amazing technology platform, and just thrilled to have you on. So without further ado, Mr. David Cesar from Mail Protector.
Thanks a lot, Kevin. Appreciate you guys. Matt, I'm just up the road from you here in Dallas, and I hope you guys can hear because I'm a bit of an aviation geek staring out over the DFW runway, and so that is massively distracting for somebody who absolutely loves airplanes. But excited to be here. Just love what you guys are doing, this whole platform. I think it's something awesome for this community, something this whole community needs. And really the big shout out and thank you is to our partners for partnering with us and trusting us to serve you, to meet your security needs as we have for over 20 years now. You guys gave us those awards of best in class category leader in Channel Program for 2022 for email filtering and for email encryption. And yeah, we couldn't do without you guys. As I say, we don't, if our partners don't win, we don't win. That's what I tell our team all the time. So I came across something the other day that was I thought pretty funny and maybe a little apropos to our industry. So I'll see if we can let's see. Actually, let me see if we can take a look at that here. So I hope you guys can hear this. Let's see.
You know what the happiest animal on earth is? It's a goldfish. You know why? No. It's got a 10-second memory.
So I heard that, and I've seen some research too, as other folks have about attention spans, and came out from Microsoft. Users have a 8-second attention span. That related to software. We've got a 10-second memory, a goldfish memory, and that's a little. A bit of an exaggeration, but really it's not too far from the truth, especially in our business. If you think about the business we're in, it's kind of like insurance. When IT and when security work, nobody notices, right? They just do their job. They just do their job a little bit better. They do their job a little more productively. They don't get ransomed. They're not figuring out how to pay Bitcoin to Eastern European ransomware gangs. They're not figuring out how to
reload their servers from backups. It just works. Whatever they do it more efficiently and more effectively. So as an industry, when we do our jobs, we go unnoticed. So that's a little bit of a conundrum. And partners out there, I know I wish we could be together because I know what you tell me when I talk to partners about this. You can prove this, or you can see it in the calls that you get, because you hear two things. You hear, one, we're always opening tickets with you guys. What are you doing? Two, we never open tickets with you guys. What are you doing? And you're right. And you're sitting there going, wait a minute, I can't win for losing. Which one is it? You want to be opening tickets, or you don't want to be opening tickets? If you're opening tickets, you say we're not doing our job. If you're not opening tickets, you say we're not doing our job. So there's a principle called, what have you done for me lately? And as an MSP, as a partner in the IT space, because of what we do, you have to be constantly and consistently reminding your customers as a part of your cadence, whether it's through quarterly business reviews, whether it's through emails, whether it's through reports, whatever it is, you've got to put into your cadence a constant and general reminder of what you're doing for them. And it has to be about them, about their business, because you need to keep it top of mind, or everybody ends up like a goldfish. So a lot of you partners, of course, out there, you know who we are. We've been providing email security for over 20 years, because for over the last 10 years, we are a partner-only company. We actually build our product not just for the end user, but for the partner. So the functionality that we build into our product, whether it's lead gen, we're giving over a lead a day now back to our partners, to our UI, to how your techs work. Our philosophy for over a decade has been, anytime that you spend in our product as an MSP is bad. We want it to kind of fade into the background, because we know that's margin that you're burning. So as a partner-only company, we're able to focus around that, not only the security aspect, but also how you use it. A couple of tools that we have for you. Jump into the new PRM here. If you're one of our partners, jump into the new PRM here on Channel Program, which we're super excited about and have been helping upload assets to and build out. But we just did a webinar recently on how to build client reports, and we've got some examples in there, but fabulous webinar from a couple of our partners talking about how they build reports to their clients to demonstrate value, and an example of the security report that you can build. So that's in the PRM. So log into Channel Program. If you're a Mail Protector partner, request access. We'll give you that, and we have those assets for you right there. Another asset that we have is Radar, which is a tool that you can create a email security report or a threat assessment for your customers. So you can go in. If you're a partner, you can immediately brand it with the branding in our console. So going in there, create those reports, demonstrate that value to your customers, and make it a part of your regular cadence. Love today. What's going on? Appreciate being with you guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much, David. Appreciate your time. And yeah, congrats on all those product reviews.
Thanks, Matt. Thank you, guys.
Have a good one. All right, so we're going to keep things moving along. We've got one other keynote coming up here from Pia and Tim Coach. And I just want to let you know, after Pia, no pressure, Tim, the interview with Mary Lou Retton is coming up right after that. So, but without further ado, Tim.
Just here you go. Hey, Tim. And then one of the greatest Olympian athletes of all time. So
yeah,
don't worry about it, Tim. No pressure.
There you go. Have at it.
How long do I got, Matt? Just to be
10 minutes. 10 minutes, and I'll chime you at the one when you have 1 minute left.
You know me, man. I'm like a 20-minute guy. All right, 10 minutes. I got you. All right, let's see here. Percent, share screen. Well, we're getting there. Window. Here we go.
I'll get you there once you're sharing. All right.
Yep, I got you. You got me?
All right. I got you. If you want to just go full screen, you're good to go.
There we go. All right. Hey, everybody. So my name is Tim Coach. I'm a company out of Australia called Pia, and we are specifically going to talk today a little bit about the next big shift for MSPs. So a little bit about us and who we are and what we're going to do here. So one, who am I? Who's the company? Why are we relevant? What's the problem we're looking to solve? And then how are we solving it? So this is me, just real quick. I was the client for a long time. Then I jumped over, rebuilt a bunch of MSPs. Now I came to the channel, and then the team that I have constructed over here in the United States, as well as in Oz and Europe, we all have MSP experience. So we all know and feel the pains that we're going to be talking about. So who is VITG? So VITG is really the company that created PIA. So they're 9 years old, but the kind of thing that's crazy about them is they went into this hyper growth mode about 7 years ago. They acquired 14 companies in that time. So if you acquired any companies in that time, you know what a pain it is. And what they seen was a real issue in help desk and getting the help desk to EBITDA. So they went into a software development and implementation mode. And where they're at now is they took them 3 years to develop it. They've been running it in-house for 2 years. And for about 1.5 years, they're using non-technical assets, which is crazy to actually do the help desk. Their first automation was new user setup. They had a company that would bring in high-end clients. They took them about 6 hours to do a new user onboarding. And through PIA and automation, they got that down to about half an hour. And then where do they sit today? 35,000 endpoints, 300 employees, and they're a privately held 9-figure MSP in Australia. So a bit impressive for just 7 years. So what problems are we actually talking about? Are we facing as MSPs? Well, here you go. Knowledge, consistency, and labor. We all know that we have that one tech that doesn't want to let go of that little piece of information because they feel like that secures their job. The reality of it, what it does is it hinders your business from growing. It hinders your business from using less cost employees to actually provide some of these tasks. So nuances of our specific knowledge don't go across the entire staff, nor are we transferring knowledges. The other problem we're having is consistency. I ask this question all the time and I'm almost 100% that nobody ever does a new user onboarding correct the first time. Why is that? It's because it's not processed out. It's not properly put in place. We're not using our tools correctly, and we're still depending on individuals that are constantly distracted by us as managers, by our clients, by their coworkers to help them out. And then, of course, everybody wants faster response times, right? Dave was just talking about it. What are you doing for me because I'm not entering tickets? What are you doing for me because you're entering too many tickets? They all want faster response times. We have to be there. And then, of course, labor. We all know labor right now is extremely difficult to find. Technical labor is even more so. And then if we're actually going to talk about your profitability and we talk about profitability per contract, one of the things we need to discuss is that greatest cost on each and every one of your contracts, which is your cost of labor. So we have to figure out how are we going to grow your company and how are we going to get those costs down and how can we do that without continually throwing people at an operations problem. So here's the next big shift I'm talking about. 10 to 15 years ago, we've seen a giant shift in our industry. It was RMM. We all changed. We took a hard left. How do we make ourselves better? Remote monitoring management, huge change. A couple of years ago, 5 or 8 or so, we've seen another change. What was that? MRR. Why? Because if you guys remember, our finances were like this, right? We couldn't stabilize anything. We didn't know if we were paying our employees. We didn't know if we were paying our vendors. MRR has sustained our industry. The next one we're seeing is artificial intelligence. And we got to all get on this bandwagon because we got to make sure that we're adopting early and that it's doing what we needed to do to free up other resources. So here's some quotes. You guys can have the slide deck, obviously, if you want to read these, but they're all saying the same thing. Get on board with AI or you're going to be left behind. But what does that mean? What's the difference in AI versus workflows that we all do in our PSAs today? I call workflows manual representation of automation. Why is that? Because it takes more than just RPA or more than just this piece or that piece to actually make AI, an actual solution that provides you help to both your labor issues and your profitability issues. So how do we at PIA fix this issue? Well, we specifically use intelligent process automation. So we use our RPA, we use machine learning, and we use natural language as a SaaS solution. Now, let's talk about a SaaS solution. A solution should be something that your vendors provide you that you don't have to work at. If I'm saying here's a high-end solution, and oh, by the way, your tier ones no longer have to do, password resets, but now your tier threes get to manage and maintain some giant extravagant thing that I've sold you. Is that really your benefit? I don't think so. AI solutions should benefit you, meaning me, the vendor, and my company should be taking care of the entire package and just allowing you to use it. So this little guy's name is Pia. He's your first cognitive employee. He doesn't go on vacation. He doesn't take holiday, and he don't get sick. And guess what? This guy can do tickets 8 times faster than your humans can. Now, I'm not telling you to replace your humans. What I'm saying is take your greatest asset, which is your people, and actually have them working on parts of your business to improve your business. Let's get rid of the minutia of the day-to-day. That's what he's here to do. How does he do it? Y'all most know this. It's ConnectWise. Ticket comes in. We use machine learning to read the description of the ticket. From there, the AI kicks off and suggests a package. That package is the full automation to resolve the ticket, not fix it, resolve it. We're seeing a 400% better closure rate, meaning no boomerang tickets. That's the point. We got to be able to close them efficiently, consistently every time. I literally tell people all the time, I don't care if it's your mom, if it's your tier 3 tech, or somebody off the street that's your favorite bartender, you should get the exact same results using a solution. And with Pia and AI, you get that. Now, you guys are saying, what do you do? Well, here's all the things that we do out of the gate, day one. So after your onboarding, this is it. But guess what? That's too messy. So here's a QR code. And better yet, if you go to our website, which is pia.ai, because we're Australian, so don't be afraid of the AI, you can actually go there and see a live list of all of our automations that's kept up to date every day. So what are the results we're seeing? So we launched in July 27th of last year. So we're doing tickets 8 times faster. We're also doing 5 to 6 tickets at a time. So if you're like me, when you used to run your MSP and your help desk, you see a tech doing more than 1 or 2 tickets at a time, you know it's not going to be right. But with consistent AI that's doing it all the time, you get that. You get better closure rates. We're seeing in 9 to 12 months, right out of the gate, we see about a 30% absorption of your workload, meaning that's what we're doing from your service desk, from the 60 packages we have now. We're seeing a 40% improvement in your staff retention. So imagine taking work off your staff, becoming more productive, more profitable, and at the same time, they have less work. And they're focusing on things they love to focus on. And then this last one's old since July 27th. We're actually about 500,000 endpoints as we sit here today. And then my name is Tim Coach. I am Pia. And I'll just ask at this point, Matt, you got any questions? Can I answer anything? I ran through that pretty quick because I know you're on a time schedule and you're running just a hair behind.
No, I appreciate it. I didn't have any questions. Kevin may. I think he's coming on here, but I don't know.
No questions. You nailed it, like usual.
Yeah, listen, it's coming. We all see Chat GPT all the time, right? But what does Chat GPT do, right? It actually, whatever you ask it, it just creates that, right? Now, you can certainly go back and give it a different parameter. Hey, that essay you wrote me, do it in a second grade context. And then it comes back with that. That's what AI does. That's what we should be looking for. We all have PSAs full of workflows, right? Old SQL guys will call them and if or statements. But that's a manual representation of automation. Pia with AI actually creates that automation for you and just delivers it as a package for you to use out of the gate.
Excellent, man. We appreciate great feedback, and we'll see you on the road soon.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, Tim. All right.
All right. Wow. Now we're really moving, huh?
Yeah. Yep.
So we kicked things off early on. We mentioned that we've interviewed Magic Johnson, you had Wayne Gretzky, we had Gary Vaynerchuk and Damon John from Shark Tank, and it's how do you one up each one of those? And I think we've done a heck of a job one upping the last ones with our next guest. What do you think?
No, absolutely. I mean, I love the theme of what we're doing today, and it's very cool to have 2 incredible athletes that we're getting a chance to get to know better today. So,
yeah. So we've got this interview coming up. We'll mention name in a moment, and then we've got a couple more sessions, and you have an interview this afternoon with Mr. Carl Lewis as well, right?
Yeah, that's going to be the kind of the close of the day. I'll be interviewing Carl, and again, as a reminder, I know Caitlin's been posting in the chat, but if you have questions that you want to ask Mary Lou Retton or Carl Lewis at the end of the day, please put those in the chat. And we've designated 15 minutes of today's interviews for both of them for audience Q&A. So we definitely welcome feedback.
Good deal. I think we're kind of waiting to get things set up. I'm sure we have her on here. Let's see. And Caitlin, if you're there, if you can help us out. So how many more sessions are there this afternoon?
So we've got obviously the Mary Lou Retton interview. Then followed by that, we've got the customer experience panel, which should be really interesting, building holistic CX strategy with technology. I think CX needs to definitely be talked about a lot more. And then speaking of CX, we have another kind of mini keynote from Kruhu, who was the second vendor who got the most product reviews. So they won that capability. And then we've got another 10-minute keynote from Highwire Networks. And then we'll round things out from a panel perspective. It'll be our final panel of the day, another cybersecurity panel moderated by Alex Corson. And so then we'll close things out with the Carl Lewis interview. Yeah.
Cool.
And
right.
for the audience, I know we're kind of waiting for Mary Lou to get in here. Correct, Kevin?
I think so. I'm just gonna go ahead and read her bio here because
okay.
Her bio, it's actually 2 or 3 pages long. But let me jump right into it. So as Matt mentioned, and as you guys have seen, our special guest here coming up is Miss Mary Lou Retton. She catapulted to international fame, ignited a new era of American dominance in gymnastics during the 1984 Summer Olympics, where she became the first American woman to win gold medal in gymnastics, scoring 2 perfect 10s along the way. I mean, that, get into it and how she did that is just absolutely incredible. But today she remains deeply involved in the gymnastics community, and she's a mother of 4 daughters, all whom are accomplished athletes in their own right. She was born in Fairmont, West Virginia in 1968. She was the youngest of 5 children. She became enthralled in gymnastics as an 8-year-old when she watched Nadia Comaneci take the 1976 Olympics by storm. Nadia's coach, if you guys know the story, Nadia's coach was the legendary Bella Caroli, approached Mary Lou Retton during a competition in Reno, Nevada, and told her that she has what it takes to become one of the greatest gymnasts of all time. And boy, was he right. Bella offered to coach her at the age of 14. So she packed up 2 small duffel bags and moved to Houston, Texas to begin her training in her pursuit of her ultimate goal, the Olympics. No American woman had ever won gold medal in the Olympics before the 1984 Summer Games. But a 16-year-old Mary Lou was about to make history. The final event, women's all around, and really, again, want to talk through this with her, but the women's all around, Romania's Ekaterina Szabo scored a 9.9. The error of margin that Mary Lou had to overcome was incredible. She'd need a 10 on her vault to win the gold. She had 2 attempts, and she scored a perfect 10 on both. So if there's ever someone that was that could teach a masterclass on determination, resiliency, leadership, self-confidence, and living your life without regrets, it's certainly Mary Lou Retton. So see if we have her up and running here.
We are still waiting for her. So
yeah.
So as slow as you did that bio, and I appreciate that you did it.
Should I do it a second time?
No, we won't do that to the audience. But right now we're winging this, so we appreciate everybody in the audience with your patience. We are just waiting for her to jump in here. And I don't know, Kevin, I mean, we could talk a little bit about some of the newest things in channel program until we get her backstage.
Yeah. Go for it.
Well, I can share my screen. I think, the biggest thing, and again, as soon as Mary Lou's backstage, we'll transition. I don't have to. I'm not doing a full thing, but I think one of the things that we've really been trying to do is really message to you, the MSPs, how we're trying to make your lives easier. Taking things that exist in 15, 20 other places and bring them into one place. And we kind of started that with the industry calendar and having really the most consolidated calendar in the space, down to the webinar level, down to the lunch and learns, so that you can actually know everything that's taking place in the industry at one time. And I think starting actually on Monday, you're going to start getting a newsletter every Monday morning saying this is what's happening this week in the channel. So pretty exciting. So you'll know a lot more beyond just the big events that are taking place. You'll know everything that's going into a thought leadership and demo days, things like that. The other thing that I wanted to just show real quick here is our PRM, our partner portal that we've developed, and it is quite unique because traditionally, Kevin, MSPs would have to log into 15, 20 other partner portals to get their sales enablement materials, documentation, and what we're doing is solving for that problem and saying, and it's also why utilization rates really struggle with those, and MSPs are just overwhelmed by it. And so what we've done is say to the communities, we're going out to our vendors and we've built out a one-to-many concept so that as an MSP, you can start getting all of those materials in one place. And so when you're logged in, you'll see this access the partner portals for your vendor in your stack here. So it's my technology stack. And obviously this is an example that I'm showing, but the idea is, I'm currently an Augment user. I use MSP Easy Tools, who was on our panel earlier. I use QuickPass. I can now access all of this in the same place. So again, making it just infinitely easier to get access to this stuff. So like, I'll show you an example. I'll click in the SaaS alerts and you start to see white labeled materials that are brandable, obviously very important for MSPs, that vendor documentation I was talking about, blogs and videos. And so Kevin, I know you like to kind of say that we're spending 100% of the effort on the 20% of a partner portal where that the MSPs actually utilize.
Absolutely. And Mary Lou's texting me. Her daughter is helping her with the StreamYard connection. So she'll be right on. So yeah, you got to give a gold medalist a break here, I guess. But yeah, no, they did. The whole point of this is for this platform is we're killing a couple moments here is make it just efficient and functional for the channel, standardize things. And then when you do that, it creates greater utilization for the vendors that are leveraging the PRM platform as well. So it's all built around, making just things super easy for everyone. So, yeah.
Yeah. And one of the things I had put out a LinkedIn poll and asked MSPs, what's their number one issue that they have with vendors? And 36%, it was overwhelmingly the highest one, said communications with their vendors. Again, you think about as a business owner managing 15, 20 different relationships, that's really difficult. And so what we've done in this portal is make the communication super easy. So again, if you're a QuickPass customer and you need to contact somebody on their team, you can now do that directly in here. But again, you can also chat with somebody from Solutions Granted and somebody from Bonahai. So again, it's just making your lives easier. So definitely check this out. If you haven't, you can start knocking on the door of your partners that are participating. And then you kind of see all the different participants over here where it says check out these additional vendors. So you can also click on show all vendors, and this kind of randomized, but you'll be able to click here and go in and see in alpha order here the different vendors that are participating. And this is just going to grow. I mean, we just kind of launched this a couple weeks ago, really. And we're just delighted. I think we have over 20 vendors already in here, Kevin, and we've really slow rolled this, I would say, from that perspective. So,
yeah, we have trying to roll this out very, structured manner. But it's great that we have thousands of users in the platform, and the visibility that the vendors get, and the how we made it so much easier for the channel to find all their vendors is just, we're pretty pumped up about this.
And if you don't see your favorite vendors in here that you utilize as a partner portal, you can actually just click the let us know and request them, and we can put some pressure on them to have them participate in this and make your lives easier. So yeah, so we're still minding our time here, Kevin. I feel like we're on a radio show. And so I actually I was thinking about this earlier. I didn't think we'd have time to talk about it because we have so many things going on, but now we do have time. So I think if you're an avid channel program watcher, you may have heard that I moved to Texas. I moved to Dripping Springs, which is about 30 minutes outside of Austin. And I think the thing I was least prepared for was the insect level out in here in Dripping Springs. And I had pest control come here yesterday, and he scared the hell out of me basically, because apparently I'm in a zone. I kind of already knew rattlesnakes and other types of poisonous snakes are around hill country. I was not as much aware of scorpions, which I'm going to have to apparently deal with.
Scorpions?
Yes, which I'm not pleased with. And again, I knew about obviously spiders and things like that, but he started talking about black widows and brown recluse. Recluse, yes, thank you. Yep. And so I'm sufficiently freaked out. I actually have arachnophobia, so this is going to be interesting.
I wonder if there's any comments coming in about me not being prepared for Texas. Oh, there's one about Dripping Springs is beautiful. That is true. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we've got a couple more minutes. They've got things. Sounds like they've got things. She's got her daughter helping her.
Okay.
It's great. I had a conversation with her about an hour ago, and we had to switch from a Zoom to StreamYard. Yeah, she's almost there, apparently. But a really interesting conversation about where she is today, and her daughters, and a lot of things that she's been doing over the last couple of years. So I think you guys will find this pretty fascinating. You were talking about this earlier, Matt, right? She, in 1984, it was like over 50% of the country was like glued to a TV watching her performance, and I know the Olympics were in the US that year, which was, incredible. She's talked about that quite extensively. I've done a lot of research and watched a lot of her interviews, but she talked about, not only was it an incredible kind of experience, but it was in the US as well, kind of on her home turf. And so it was, I don't know, do you remember that? You're younger. You even remember any of this?
So 1984 Olympics, I was only 4 years old. But like back then, again, that's all people, like the Olympics was such a big deal. So even a couple of years later, when I think fully understood the Olympics, you would see so many like rebroadcasts, and like back in the day when you actually had videos and you would rewatch a video like over and over again. So no, I'm very familiar with the 84 Olympics, and but no, it's kind of, I think it's hard for anybody to really understand. I think, again, if you're older, you definitely understand like the magnitude of what the Olympics meant back then. And yeah, I think 2/3 of the US was watching that particular Olympics. But yeah, I can't even imagine like how incredible that experience of winning in your home country. That's just like an entirely different level. So yeah. So what we're getting some feedback, I can't tell backstage.
Yeah, we're getting close. Yeah.
So again, as an audience, we appreciate you rolling with the punches with us on this one.
This is what happens when you do stuff live, right? We've done all the pitches live. We've done these events live.
Yeah. So
maybe there's an argument to pre-record some of these. Who knows?
Maybe, but we may have to, Kevin, do more of a rapid fire Q&A from the audience, but definitely still put in your audience questions into the chat, and hopefully just hear us soon.
Yeah. What else you want to talk about, Matt? Anything else going on the site?
We've obviously talked. We talked about the two winners for product review. So I welcome any of the audience. If you haven't shared your opinions on various products in the industry, this is absolutely the place to do it. We do reward you for your time and effort. So we do up to your first 3 reviews, $15 each review. So it's a quick way to get $45 in your pocket, buy your team maybe some pizzas on channel program. And it's really important, I think, to give back to the community because, again, we're trying to make it easier to evaluate your technology stack, both through reading actual reviews. But if you're more maybe of a visual person, we do have quadrants that you can kind of look at. And what's really neat about those is it's real-time data. So nothing like that exists in the space where it's real-time kind of scaling on where a product rating is in the industry. So I don't know, Kevin, what kind of feedback are you getting right now? Are we getting close? Or?
Sounds like they had to do a couple things here. Yep, they're getting close. All right. Yeah. So the wonderful, doing it live.
Well, since you can see the chat, because I can't see the chat, is there a chat? Is there a question we can ask the audience? Keep them participating while we wait.
Are
they just like you guys are killing us right now?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Get us back to our regularly scheduled program. Yep. No questions for us so far. Yeah.
Oh no, I didn't figure there'd be questions. I meant we could ask a question to the audience.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, maybe let's ask. Was anybody watching the 1984 Olympics live? Like, did somebody experience the Mary Lou Retton gold medal live? If you recall that.
Yeah, just put yes into that chat box. That'd be good.
And I don't have access, Kevin. So if we're getting a response,
I was only
all
6.
right. We got Mary Lou. She's backstage. I'm bringing her up.
All right. Hey.
I'm sorry. I was told it was Central Time, guys. Please accept my apologies.
All good. Well, there you are. Look at you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, look at me.
Oh my goodness, and your assistant. So I don't know if you want to, spare or tell the audience, but yeah, you had an unfortunate mishap, I guess, on an escalator not too long ago, right?
I did. I was, which was so unnecessary. I was traveling to watch my daughter compete. She's a gymnast at University of Arkansas, and I was on the top of the escalator. I mean, a man was at the top of the escalator. I was at the bottom. He lost control of his suitcase and it tumbled all the way down and hit me. And I fell back and crushed my wrist. So I had to get it fixed.
Oh my goodness. Now, did you chat with him? Did he realize what he had done to America's sweetheart? I mean, my goodness.
He was clueless. He had a little bit too much to drink. He just grabbed his suitcase and went away. And then I'm stuck with this. It's just.
Oh, well. So as I said, if anybody gets a pass, you absolutely get a pass. So, but thank you so much for joining us. If you're talking, before you jumped on, that we do this a couple times a year, and past guests have been Wayne Gretzky and Magic Johnson, and we had Damon from Shark Tank, and we had Gary Vaynerchuk, big social media influencer, but we've never had an Olympic gold medalist and somebody that captivated the world's attention as much as you have. So
thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Am I your first woman?
That's a good question for this event. Yeah, which is great.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Being a mother of 4 girls, I like to promote women as well. Good.
Yeah. Well, so we'll get into that, but I think one of the things I wanted to touch on, a couple things I wanted to touch on, and why I think you're just awesome for our event here is that, you've made a career, you set the bar in a lot of ways when it comes to determination and just maybe dogged determination. And, facing adversity and coming out up top. And you and I were talking about Malcolm Gladwell's book, Outliers. It talks about putting in your 10,000 hours to become an expert. But, so I think the audience is going to really appreciate this. But let's kind of take a way back, right? So you're from small town, West Virginia, right?
Yes, a little coal mining town in the hills of West Virginia. Not much opportunity for girls in sports back in that day. I have 3 brothers and a sister, and I'm the youngest of 5. And my brothers, of course, had football, basketball, baseball, whatever they wanted, but there wasn't much for my sister and I. And it was on Main Street. It was Monica's Dance Studio in Fairmont, West Virginia. My mother put my sister and I in the dance classes. It was tap, there was jazz, there was ballet, not my thing. I was not a ballerina. But there was one class where the instructor would roll out mats and then you would do somersaults and cartwheels. And that's what I was doing in the yard and on my mom's bed at home anyway. And I loved that class. And then you just fast forward about a year or 2 later. The first Olympics I remember watching was 1976 Montreal, Nadia. And it clicked for me, even at like 7 years old. It's like, that's what I want to do. And there's a name for it. It's called gymnastics. And that's kind of where, and I looked up at my mom because I was like probably practicing my middle split, watching Nadia. And I said, I'm going to go do that, Mommy. I'm going to win a medal, but I'm not going to win it for Romania. I'm going to win it for the US of A. And, like any good mother, she just patted me on the shoulder. Sure, honey, sure. But honestly, Kevin, the seed was planted that little summer, and that's what I was going for.
That's incredible. I mean, again, you're the youngest of 5, but your father was a star, standout basketball player at the university or West Virginia University, and he actually was drafted by the Yankees, right? And played minor league baseball.
He was. He played with Jerry West at WVU. And then he was in the Yankees organization. Never got called up. They were stacked at that time. They had lots of good star players. So he did that for a few years and then, got married and came home. And they ran, it was a coal mining, it was a family business, but they would repair those big transportation cables that would bring the boxes down into the coal mines. So that's what they would do. We had some rough times, though. There were a lot of coal mining strikes back in those days, and we didn't have much. We had food on the table, and we had clothes on our back, but nothing was fancy. Athletics was what the Rettons were about.
Wow. So you came from obviously athletic pedigree, and a totally athletic family. At some point along the way, right? You had that. When you saw Nadia, you flipped the switch, and you were like, "That's it." And to be that young, and I guess in a lot of ways you have to be in sports, but in gymnastics in particular. But you had that switch, and it seems like you were, at least for those next 9 years, like you were like completely in the zone, and totally committed to this life.
I really was. I was a different kid. I don't know. I was very determined. I was very dedicated. I don't know. If someone told me you can't do it, that just fuels me even more. That motivates me. And, being the youngest of 5 kids, people a lot think that the gymnastics, the elite world of gymnastics made me competitive. And it wasn't. It was being the youngest of 5 in a very competitive and athletic family. If you didn't make it to the dinner table on time, your brothers ate your dinner, So I learned that through just being the youngest. And obviously it helped. It helped with my competitiveness.
So you obviously had a gift, right? And I think it was at Reno, Nevada, if I remember correctly, is where you had Mr. Bella Caroli come to you and say, you could be the next one, right?
Yes, I was 12 or 13 years old, and I had made the junior elite team. I was on the national team, maybe fourth or fifth, wasn't real consistent. But here I am in a ballroom at one of the big casino hotels in Reno, Nevada. And it was a competition. It wasn't that prestigious of a meet, but I had to be there to post scores. And Bella was there. And oh my gosh, I mean, I was in awe. This was the king of gymnastics, right? The man who coached my inspiration, Nadia. And he came up to me, he's talking to me. And he goes, Marilu. And I'm like, God, he knows my name. Oh, and he goes, you come to me and I make you Olympic champion. I'm like, I literally like slapped my knee. I was looking around, seeing if there was another short little gymnast named Mary Lou in the area. Because I don't know, opportunities like that didn't happen to people like me, a little coal miner's daughter from West Virginia. But it did. And he sat down with my parents and he said, listen, I think your daughter has what it takes. I can't guarantee her a spot, but I think she's got the raw material. And I begged my parents to let me go. And I'm very, very grateful that they did let me go, because I don't think I would be sitting here talking to you right now if I hadn't. I had the God-given talent, but I also needed God to bring in that coach to bring it out in me.
Yeah. Talk about just, there's also, the idea that you work hard and, people talk about luck, but you make your own luck, and you found your way into obviously an incredible situation. And then one of the things I was reading, it was about, let's see, I had a note here. It was a America Cup championship in New York where you had a roommate. It sounded like it was one of your good friends, is Diane Durham.
Yes.
That she was supposed to compete and you were an alternate, but then she ended up getting injured, and then you got into the heat, and then scored the best score that there ever was in this tournament. And it was that, do you look at that as like as one of those lucky breaks, or take us to that moment if you can recall that?
Well, going back to your thing, you make your own luck. Yeah, the harder you work, the luckier you get, is kind of my motto. Yes, I was alternate at the 1983 American Cup, and Diane Durham, my teammate, my roommate, my sister in gymnastics, she got injured. She hurt her hip during the workout session and couldn't compete. So who do they call on? The sub, right? I'm riding the pine. So Bella comes into my hotel room, and I didn't know what was happening. He sits me down in a chair and he gets in one himself and he pulls it up real close. I mean, like our knees are touching. And he's got those green, mesmerizing eyes. And he says to me, he goes, Marilu, this is your chance. This is your chance. Don't let me down.
Wow.
Right? But I mean, he's genius though, because he knows I work better under pressure.
Yeah.
So I thought of it, you know what? I had nothing to lose. I was a last minute substitute whom nobody knew or nobody expected anything from. So if I messed up, who'd notice? But if I did well, and I'm telling you, it was a packed house in Madison Square Garden, it would open up this huge door for me. And I did. I ended up winning and beating the Russian world champion for that American Cup title. And truly, that was my breakthrough.
Wow, that's amazing. So from there, right, it's only, I don't know, was it 6 months or a year later, right? 1984,
right.
and you've talked often about, it's not just the Olympics, but it was the Olympics in the United States in front of the home crowd. I mean,
yes.
What's, I don't know, I've probably, the experience is surreal, but like, what stands out the most to you about that build up? Maybe it's the, walking into the stadium. I mean, is there something you always kind of reminisce on?
Oh, absolutely. Bella did a really great job of kind of protecting us beforehand from the media. Like, we were training. So once we arrived in Los Angeles, we actually were in a training camp 3 months in Long Beach. So we were out there. But when we checked into the village and all, that's when it hit me like, we are at the Olympics. This is it. And yeah, Bella always had these quotes. He would say, I don't know how many Olympics he had been to by this point, but he's like, "Ma, I would stand on my head and spit quarters," whatever that means, to have the chance to compete at an Olympic Games in my home country. And I didn't understand what that meant until we walked through the tunnel at the Coliseum. Oh my gosh. And the gymnasts, I mean, you go from smallest to tallest. So we were first in line, all the gymnasts, and just walking out of that tunnel and hearing the roar, all the flags. I mean, it was all USA. It was, I mean, I get goosebumps thinking about it now. Then I got it. I got it then that this was something special.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was 8, 9, something like that in 1984. You and I talked earlier, and you had my sister here with me. She's 5 years older, and she was like in that strike zone, like
she's my age, yeah.
Yeah, and she was just like, we were all like glued to the TVs, like everybody in the United States. But I remember, like, after that, I mean, it ended up being like her Palmer horse, and she's trying to make me do flips and cartwheels, which didn't really go over well. But you captured the the hearts and minds of everyone. But you did it in such a, I mean, clutch way. I mean, the error of margin was the smallest error of margin. I mean, you had to score a perfect 10, and you didn't do it once, you did it twice. Which is like, I don't know, that's like the big, we won't go down there, but let's talk about that moment, because like, your face when you nailed that is just, it's incredible, like the energy.
Well, thank you. And that's the difficulty of gymnastics. Let's say you're a football team and the kicker has to get that field goal to win the game. He can kick it. It can look like a flying duck. It can hit the thing. And if it just tips over, you win, right? Well, that's not true in gymnastics. I had to be perfect. And in that vault, I mean, not to sound conceited or anything, but I probably was one of the best women vaulters in the world, technically in the air and what I was doing. But it was the all important landing. I knew that if I could control the landing, I had a shot. And Bella said to me, he goes, "It's now or never. I want to see you. Go do it." And I was up there, and people asked me all the time, they said, "What were you thinking?" And as I was waiting for the green light, I'm thinking to myself, wow, this is it. This is it. Everything I had sacrificed, everything that I've worked for is about to be determined by this next 3-second vault. You can do this. And then I was thinking about all the people who helped me get there. Because it seems like an individual sport, but it's not. It's very much of a team sport, from trainers to teammates to coaches to everybody. And so I got the green light. 73.5 feet was my starting mark. And I said, let's go do it. Let's do it on the first one. That's what I told myself. And I hit the vault, and I was kind of smiling coming down because, I don't know, gymnasts have this incredible body awareness. So I was able to, what we call, feel the landing. So I knew I was going to be able to control it. And I'm opening up, and the feet land, arms go up, Poly Pavilion erupted. I mean, it was a roar. And it seemed like an eternity before they posted the score. And what people don't realize is that the head judge on the vault was a Romanian. And I mean, gymnastics is subjective. I mean, I promise you, she did not want me to win. but they had to. They had to give it to me. I think they would have rioted. So the score goes up, and I don't know if it was automatic for the second one, but the second one was for me. And I kind of wanted to prove I just didn't get lucky either. I wanted to do it again. But everything I had been through to get to that point. And it's the Olympic Games. You have 2 vaults, take them. That was it.
It's so easy to, well, maybe not on the world stage like that, but it's so easy like to do the do the layup on the second one, but like they go down there and they have that self-awareness and I think just drive and nail it a second time is, I mean, it's got to be one of the most just impressive Olympic feats ever. I mean, yeah. So shortly after that, right, you're thrust into the spotlight. You're on the Wheaties boxes. You got Energizer, battery commercials. Sports Illustrated, Woman of the Year.
Yeah.
I mean, and then you're at the White House with the president. I mean, what was that kind of whirlwind like?
Oh my gosh, Kevin, that was incredible. The whole Olympic delegation, just like whenever you win a championship, you go to the White House, and it was Reagan and Nancy at that time, which was, I mean, he's such an amazing man in my life, in my eyes. So the delegation, we voted to who was going to present the president and the first lady our red Olympic blazers. And they chose me and to give it to the president and Steve Lundquist, who was a swimmer, and he was going to give that to Nancy. And so, all the music, dun, 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 President of the United States, and he walks in, and we're all standing there. And then we get the go-ahead, and Steve and I walk down, and I kind of, he's a big man too, President Reagan was big, and I tapped him, and I said, President Reagan, I said, I'm honored to give you one of our official Olympic blazers. And it was red, it was really pretty. So he took his coat off, and then he looked down at me, and he looked up, and then he looked over at Nancy, and he goes, Nancy, is that little Mary Lou we just saw? It blew my mind, right? I'm barefoot in a leotard my entire life. And now the President of the United States knows who I am and watched me. That was a surreal moment. Like, really. And then I must have been on Nancy's party list because I got invited lots of times during the Reagan era to the White House. It was fun.
Yeah, you did a lot with the President's Council and exercise and just, extremely involved. So kind of later on, right, we mentioned you got 4 daughters. I guess they all partook or they were a part of gymnastics as well.
Well, yeah, I love the sport. It's in every fabric of my being, So I started them all out in little mommy and me classes. My oldest daughter, Shayla, the first time I walked in, could you imagine the little teenager's face when Mary Lou Retton walked into her mommy and me classes? Poor thing, she was terrified.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, but 3 stuck with it. Shayla was a national champion, 4 times over at Baylor for acro, and McKenna had a stellar career at LSU. Skyla was my competitive cheerleader, and then Emma, who was a gymnast at Arkansas. So yeah, we were a gymnastics family.
Awesome. Get some questions coming in. I feel like I don't want to dominate them too much, but one of the first ones here was, what was it like to live in Fairmont? They stayed in a hotel there for a couple of months. Why does it produce such great coaches and athletes?
That's a really good question. I don't know. We joke about it being something in the water. It was from Jerry West to Sam Huff, Lou Holt, Joe Montana, who? Nick Saban. My dad played ball with Nick Saban. He was really, Fairmont was the big city for him. He came from a little town called Fairview, or Granttown or one of that. But the West Virginia kind of Western PA area, I don't know. I think, you know what I do know? I think it's the work ethic that we're placed in. It's that coal mining, blue collar, don't wait for someone to give you a, handout. That's what it is. I'm serious, because we had nothing. My first gym was pretty much in a garage, where they had to take the paneling off above the high bar so your feet wouldn't hit the ceiling. It was, but I didn't know any better. until I moved to Texas. But
Oh my goodness. So another question here is, how is Mary Lou supporting women today? She was such an inspiration for so many.
how myself. Well, I'm always supporting, the Women's Sports Foundation. I've done a lot of work with. Of course, my 4 daughters are athletes. I mean, I've always worked to, and I think we've made tremendous strides of trying to be almost equal to the men in terms of prize money and that kind of thing. But women in sports, man, I mean, the last Olympics, it was the women's Olympic. Well, not this last one, the one before. That last one was weird with nobody in the stands. Oh my gosh, I couldn't imagine doing that. No, me either.
Yeah.
But no, women are making tremendous strides in the world of sports, and I'm proud of the fact that maybe I paved the way a little bit. One of the little pioneers of it, because America had never done anything in gymnastics at the Olympic Games. I think that Kathy Rigby had won a bronze medal on the balance beam at a world championship, and that was it.
Wow. Wow. So I think you had a much bigger role than you're alluding to or admitting to. But it's because you are so humble and just awesome. But so you also have saw you had a foundation that you started with one of your daughters, is McKenna?
Well, it's McKenna. It's the McKenna Kelly Foundation. We have a gymnastics kind of tour that we do every year to help support that. It's the Forever Our Legacy Tour, and we usually do 3 or 4 competitions around the country. But it's her foundation. It helps with mental health, and I'm just so proud of her because back in my day, I mean, if we were to say, "Well, I'm not mentally," it's like, suck it up, buttercup. There was no such thing as mental. I don't know. I don't even know what you call it. It's like, I wouldn't even been comfortable enough to come up and say, hey, my mind's not in it.
Yeah.
We didn't have that opportunity. So now with all the athletes that are bringing such awareness to it, my daughter being one of it, I'm very proud of that fact. And I'm glad that it's out there now. Because there were many times when I felt like I wasn't mentally prepared.
Yeah, well, you never showed it, so it goes to your resilience and toughness. And one of the last things is we wrap up here. You and I were talking earlier about I was talking about resilience and determination and that, and then you also mentioned living life without regrets, right? And it seems like that's a big theme for you.
It really is, and it's really what I've tried to instill in my daughters. Live your life with no regrets. I mean, I think about what if I hadn't taken that opportunity to go to Houston to train with the Carolis. I sit here at 55 years old. I would be questioning myself my entire life. What would have happened? What could have happened? Take the risk. When you see that opportunity, man, don't just walk through it. You go through it hard and you take it. What's the worst? You don't succeed. I could live with myself if I went there and I tried and I didn't. Hey, I gave it my best shot. But if I didn't, I would be wondering my whole life. And that goes with anything and any opportunity. And it was crazy for a lot of people. Like, West Virginia had never sent anybody to the Olympics. Never, ever. Never, ever. But, going back, what's funny is that all of my brothers and sisters. My sister was an All-American gymnast at West Virginia University. My 3 brothers went to college on scholarships for baseball. And then there's little me, Miss Competitive, Miss 5th child. I said, well, okay, I'll beat that. I'll go to the Olympics. And that's what I did. That was always my goal, is to just prove myself to my siblings that I'm good enough to hang out with them. But yeah, living your life with no regrets. And the same thing with my knee surgery. A lot of people don't know I had surgery 6 weeks before the Olympic Games.
Right, yeah.
And the doctors are like, because orthoscopic literally had just come out. It was brand new. And they had no statistics of what recovery was like. So the doctors are like, just go back to West Virginia, wait until the next Olympics. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
Wow.
And as crazy as it was to them, I knew I could do it, or I knew I had to try to get back. And you know what? When we arrived in Los Angeles, 5 weeks and 3 days later, I was ready.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and would it be respectful of your time, but I've got another 100 questions behind this, but I know we're going to wrap.
I was late coming. I'm so sorry.
Hey, if anybody gets a pass, like I said, you absolutely get a pass. So all good. But I want to thank you and for being such an inspiration and thanks for sharing your story and it's incredible. And
this was so fun. I wish they all had this fun. Thank you.
Yeah, all good. All right, well, you go rest up. Hopefully your wrist it feels better here. And thanks for joining us. And hopefully we get to talk to you again.
Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate it.
Yep. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right.
How about that, Matt?
Well, I have lots of things to say. So, well, first of all, I was just thinking about it, not to age any of us in the room, but I mean, this was 40 years ago, and she's still such a big deal. I mean, especially obviously if you're a U.S., if you're an American, like she's just synonymous with the Olympics for the rest of her life. And I can't think of like if the Olympics is doing a sizzle reel of the great performances. I mean, it's just etched in stone for the rest of really history. It's just pretty amazing, like to think
Absolutely.
about it from that perspective. I would love the audience to know, this is classic Kevin. I was supposed to come in and do some audience Q&A, and you just Matt Damon to me like Jimmy Kimmel and said there's not enough time for Matt Solomon. So
Matt who?
Yeah, what? Exactly.
Well, I mean, in fairness, I mean, we were 20 minutes behind.
No, I know. I mean, I'm messing with you. But
I saw some of the notes popping up here on the left, and I was like, yeah, it's incredible. I mean, she's absolutely incredible, and she's real gracious with her time. And we were texting back and forth, and so maybe we'll try to do something else with it here coming up. But
yeah.
So moving forward here.
All right. Well, I'll keep you posted towards the end if I bring you up for the Carl Lewis interview.
Yeah, right. I'll be waiting.
Yeah. All right, but no, let's keep things going. I'm actually really excited about this. Customer experience in general just needs to be talked about more in the space, and so we've got a customer experience panel called "Building a Holistic CX Strategy with Technology." I'm going to bring Kelly, who's moderating the panel. Hey, Kelly.
Hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, and I'm going to bring up the rest of the panel here and let you guys take it away. Kelly, you guys have 30 minutes, and I'll give you a 1 minute chime when you got a minute left.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
Excellent.
So, hey, everybody. So thank you again for offering us this time to have this space. And as we shared, it is a panel that we're going to talk about building a holistic CX strategy with technology. And, I think that in a world where things are constantly changing, and especially in how we engage with each other, CX is kind of the new buzzword. During today's session, we're going to hear about the impact of choosing the right technologies to better the user experience, both internally and externally. So why is CX important? When your end user, when your customers are trying to figure out how they're going to better engage with their customers, it's because they want to obviously increase revenue and increase productivity internally, but increase revenue from their customers. But it's so that they can offer them convenience and personalization. Internally, they want to look at efficient ways for their teams to be able to quantify that information and get that data. And overall, is cost effectiveness, especially in an economy like the one that we have right now. So with that being said, I'm super excited to start this conversation with Jeff, Walter, and Charlie. And we're going to kick it off with you, Charlie, first. I'd love for you to introduce yourself and talk just a few minutes high level about your product.
Great. So Charlie Tomeo, I'm the CRO at Roost. Roost is a robotics processing automation platform, so RPA. And it basically puts our partners in a position to automate a lot of the things that they struggle with every day and do every day.
Awesome. Jeff?
Hi, I'm Jeff Ferris, CEO at Cloud Radial. Cloud Radial focuses on being that last mile between the partner and their clients. We're a client portal that integrates data from a lot of different sources and basically is there to provide a much better CX, much more self-service approach to clients.
I love it. And Walter, round us out.
Hey, Kelly. Walter here with Binax MSP. Our platform is a CRM that integrates directly with your PSA for those MSPs out there. And we help MSPs sourcing humanly verified leads from our tool.
Awesome. And I am Kelly Ballou McMillan. I'm the Director of Global Partners at Five9, a leading provider of cloud contact center software, where I'm responsible for creating equitable partner programs that enable, educate, and empower our partners to sell into cloud emerging technologies. And we want to get this started. So first question, I am going to start up with you, Charlie, if that's okay. As we talk about CX engagement, how does your platform impact your customer CX?
It may be better to start how it doesn't impact it, which is, I mean, if you look at what we're doing here today, it really is, if you could think of a process that you need, that you're doing every day, we could automate it. So where we're doing something a bit different is, I think everybody that's been in the MSP space, and Walter's been around, so Jeff for a while, is we're very comfortable, especially if we have an RMM or a PSA, with automating specific tasks. We've built PowerShells. If you ask anybody on the anybody on it, it's an MSP. This really is putting you in a position where you can automate that kind of end-to-end customer experience, right? So for example, if you had something like onboarding, making it so that you take the manual processes out of it and make it all automated and auditable. So it just puts you in a position where almost anything that you could think of, it's like our founder and CEO, Aaron, has said, if you have a process, we can automate it.
Well, true. And I love that you broke that down for us. I do believe, however, then that means that it's impacting the customer's internal processes, right? Which is going to make them more efficient. It's going to help their teams feel hopefully more accomplished at the end of the day if they don't have to do all those things manually.
Yeah.
Awesome. Walter, what's important to you as an MSP when it comes to CX and offering that to your customers?
I probably have the most scar tissue here because I am in front of customers on the MSP side and on the vendor side for MSPs. And I can tell you that data is an important part of it because you have no idea how many awkward conversations people will have with someone when they don't know their name fully or they have not looked at their LinkedIn or, when we started building the platform, we really wanted people to know we were making phone calls in different states, right? And so we wanted to know the weather. We wanted to know what it was like there because we're in New York making these calls. So having all that data, aggregated data, which is in our platform, it starts the conversation on the right foot, right? And so it sets the premise for everything else that goes beyond the sales process. So I think that is one of the strongest things we provide for MSPs, the fact that we aggregate all this data and you can have a better conversation.
I love it. And Jeff, round us out. I know that your platform is a CRM tool. Tell us a little bit about how you're impacting that bridge between the customer and the MSP.
Yeah, we're really more, we call it a CSA, a client services automation platform. So we work extensively with the PSA and other data. I want to step back for a second on the CX side. And if you think about CX, I mean, a lot of people kind of use Apple as an example of kind of like an awesome CX experience, client experience. And, when you look at that experience, it's not just, using the iPhone or using one of their devices. It starts with the way it's packaged. I mean, the way the store looks, the way that people greet you. There's a long line of CX experience that goes into that ultimate client understanding of that partner. And one of the things is you look at the CX side, ultimately what Apple's done, and you can see it in their stores. And again, it doesn't really matter if you're an Android user or not, you can still appreciate it, is they remove friction from every step of that process, right? I mean, when you go in the store, it's easy to engage with somebody on their staff. It's easy to see the products. It's easy to make a decision. It's easy to set it up. It's easy to transfer your data. It's frictionless, right? They don't make it difficult each step of the process. And one of the things, like with Cloud Radio, we're the front, we're a client-facing view of what that MSP is to their clients. And when you combine it with data from the PSA, or you combine it with things like Roost, you can create this nice experience with much less friction in the process, right? Because again, ultimately for client experience to be successful, it's got to be smoother than what was there before, right? And what's there now is tickets and phone calls, a process that neither the users or the MSPs really value or appreciate or enjoy, right? And so when you can do things where a user uses a self-service form through essentially a white labeled experience, tie that back with the data from the PSA, tie that back with things like Roost, who we're working to integrate with, really creates that smooth experience so that when a user asks for something, maybe it's just delivered right away, as opposed to having to go through 6 different rounds of email and process. So, the future of an improving CX is all being laid today by a variety of vendors to try to take friction out of this process, reduce labor on the MSP side, but more importantly, reduce frustration on the user side and speed the time to resolution.
I mean, I feel like we can almost wrap with that, Jeff, but we're going to keep going. I do appreciate, though, how you pulled all those pieces together, because that is really impactful. But one of the things that we even say here at Five9 is we want to offer a frictionless experience for our customers, but not only just their end users. And like me as a consumer, you want to have a frictionless experience there, but internally, because we do know that labor shortages are so impactful right now, and each one of your platforms are, attempting to make it more efficient, the use internally, so they can get the data, spend the time and their resources where it's going to give them the largest impact. With that being said, I want to touch a little bit on the integrations. I, as a vendor myself, in our background, we like to consider ourselves as a CCaaS platform where we're kind of the control center for all of the other pieces that are going to come in addition to that. And we're talking about holistic technology. So it's only impactful if we talk about the integrations there, right? So for our platform, it is important that we have an integration with a UCaaS provider. It's also important that we have an integration with a CRM tool or an RPA tool, right? How are you, Jeff? I know that you and Charlie's organizations are working on an integration. Why was that integration important, and what is the end goal of that?
Yeah, I mean, Charlie, if you want to speak, but go ahead. But from our perspective, it's about building the best solution possible for the clients, right? About bringing together, quality solutions from a variety of different vendors to solve the issue, right? There's not one tool out there that will do everything that needs to be done as well as things can do individually. So it really has to be about integrating these things together so that from a client perspective, it's seamless. But behind the scenes, just like you're doing with Five9, there's lots of components there that make it seem seamless, but it's not, right?
Agreed.
Yeah, I think for us, it's, this is really a tool that we built purposely. We have a big pedigree in the MSP space, is we built it for the MSPs. And so if you look at what the integrations, like, Jeff was talking about, we're looking at vendors that, not just, you don't have to just do MSP, but very MSP focused from a tool set standpoint, so that we could actually manage those integrations for you. So that's where it's been very important to us to, with the PSAs, the RMMs, all these different tools, because now instead of you having to worry about managing APIs to try to connect to it, we're managing all that. So it puts them in a position where it's a lot easier for them to be successful. We also see a lot of collaborations amongst MSPs as they're enhancing, leveraging these integrations that we've already built. So for us, it was fairly easy. And we have, basically all of our partners that are coming in and asking, and then, also talking, for different integrations. But then as we work with, our vendor partners, is understanding, are there some things leveraging our automation that actually makes their tools better, which is an overall better experience on every side.
Yeah, I mean, the simple way to think about it right now, I mean, Roost is trying to glue together the vendors into a stream of action, and we're trying to glue it together for the benefit of the clients themselves. So when you compare, a client form or a client, button with all this power back behind it, I mean, again, there's so much friction, so much labor that's getting removed from that process.
Yeah, and if you look at, like, I know Walter's on, certainly come from the MSP side, is, he could probably tell you, and especially dealing with both ends, there's so many tools that are out there because of the fact that there hasn't been some automation built, where we're using a low percentage of what the tool could actually do. I know when I first started focusing on MSP space, you talk to most MSPs and they were using 20% of what the RMM can do. And so it actually, puts us in a position where we're getting you more value out of the tools you already have.
I agree with that. The number one reason why people come to use our CRM is because it's directly connected to their PSA, right? Like, they can do searches on our CRM and it's actually pulling from their PSA. If they quoted an opportunity in their PSAs, it automatically shows up inside of Binax as an opportunity. If you change it inside of Binax, any additions you make to it to edit that, it'll show up in your PSA. So that unison, that unity of a tool, creating that for the MSP is the biggest win for us, and we do it for all PSAs now. So coming to use one tool and feels like using one tool, we have many working for you. It's an amazing thing.
Yeah, I think that it's amazing because it also provides, like you were saying, a seamless screen almost, or like an interaction for the customer, so they don't feel like when they're having to look at the technology and implement it, it's such a heavy lift, right? It almost simplifies that process for them. I know we are at a point where we're probably going to wrap up in a few minutes, so I'd love to have you all speak from each one of your platforms what you feel like the trends are going to be moving into the end of this year and going into next year from a CX perspective.
And Kelly, you guys still have 15 minutes, just so you know.
Oh, okay. Well, let's keep talking.
That's a great question, though. Do you want me to start, Kelly? Is that okay?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Yeah. So, we're heavy into AI and utilizing tools like automation. Like, if you put an opportunity in Binax is going to remind you about it if you forgot to call them or if you forgot to do things. If you're in the marketing space and you created a marketing campaign, automated campaign in our system, we're going to keep reminding you to follow up on the people that actually clicked on the link and landed on your page, because we can tell you that somebody that you marketed landed on your website. So there's a ton of automation happening. But where I see the future is things where the salesperson is the weakest, right? And I mean that with all due respect, because most of us MSPs in our space, we really are not salespeople. We're more like technicians, right? So, but when you think about it, the automation would be, for example, AI telling you, enhancing the conversation with your customer, AI that can listen to the conversation that you're having with your customer, wherever that's legal, by the way, and providing you feedback about how you could improve that conversation in real time. That's where we see the future of our tool. We're actually working on that problem right now. And then the next one is writing content. MSPs, we don't write content, right? We have to pay somebody to write content, and that's old now. If you look at ChatGPT, we're launching right now as we speak. We're launching a blog post ChatGPT version, which we invented, by the way. We're the first ones doing it, where you can just go into our blog posting tool, use ChatGPT to select the image and the content, and with one click, it posts it to your website using WordPress. So things like that is where I see the future happening, and we're going super fast on this.
Well, since we have a few more minutes, I'd like to double down on the conversation around AI, and give your insights there maybe before we give industry trends. Because to your point, Walter, not only are you guys leveraging Chat GPT internally, so is Five9. I'm at a different conference this week, and there are plenty of vendors that are leveraging this AI. How is that going to change the landscape of how we are moving with our customers and even within our organizations? Jeff, Charlie, are you guys leveraging AI internally with your organizations?
Yeah, definitely. I think what it does, it's going to put us in a position where when our conversation, right, is about CX, right, and it's going to help us there tremendously. I think we all know that everybody means well, but certainly when you're engaging in support, whether it's us as a vendor or even our partners, you don't always get the best detail in the world, right? Everyone's gotten hey, my computer doesn't work. And then you ask the next question. It's like, yeah, when I print, it doesn't come out clear. Well, you told me the computer doesn't work, but now you're able to print, right? So it's making sure that we do that, and then serving up things like, if we don't have it clear, instead of that back and forth, we could then, with AI, provide you, okay, well, here's what you need to go do based on the version you're on. So automatically serving that up. And it's also going to help us, like you were saying, Kelly, with just getting resources, right? So if that stuff is served up and it's a lot more automated, it's just going to make the overall experience, it's going to put us in a better position to train people and then leverage our really important resources to really work on the stuff that's going to help us, basically build the product and move forward.
Yeah, and I think if you look at all of this stuff that's going on between the automations, the AI pieces, we're kind of where we were with the RMMs when they first came out. When they first came out, they were just technology that allowed, remote monitoring and maybe some remote management. Where those things took the industry was really different than probably that first expectation, right? I mean, it built a whole MSP recurring revenue model that allowed these MSPs to really scale their business. But when it first shipped, it was just a tool, and it wasn't quite clear what that meant. And I think now what we're seeing is the beginnings of what it is. I don't know that we know exactly what it's going to look like yet. But my goodness, I mean, we're already working with companies like Crushbank, who's really focused on the AI pieces and using tickets, feeding that stream of AI into the ticketing process, right? So again, to try to avoid tickets or preempt tickets, we're working with them also on the analysis of tickets to provide better, more insightful reporting back to their clients. When we tie this back to automations, when we tie this back to things like even chat, which can, like our partner Thread is using AI to help summarize tickets, to help get a better context of stuff. I mean, AI is just going to be pervasive, and again, keeps pulling friction out of this process, as you said, for the internal staff as well as for the end users. But, I think, now that things like Roost and others are in this space, we're rethinking our APIs. I know every vendor's probably rethinking their APIs and what they provide in that, because they're starting to see that if they open up the API or they change their APIs, it enables more automations, more integrations. Gartner calls it the composable business, where basically you're buying the best kit from everybody. And because it works seamlessly together, it just works for the benefit of everyone, right? Both the clients and the internal staff. So I think we're just kind of like nipping at the edges right now, and we're having to rethink even things, I think, with like QBRs and the way those are done. Right now, people spend a lot of time printing reports that their clients don't even really like, because that's the only information that's out there, right? Once you put all that information in something like Cloud Radio, you don't need to do the QBR the way you did it before. You don't need to do QBR at all. What you really do then is open up a lot of listening time with your clients. And when you do that, especially when you listen to what they're trying to do, I think at the end of the day, not only are we going to be as an industry making ourselves more efficient and more automated and more AI-ish, right? But we're going to be doing this for our clients' business, or for our clients' business as well. We're going to help our clients use more automations. If it works for Roost to help automate an MSP, chances are tools like Roost or Roost itself will manage workflows from one place to another. There's already a lot of tools out there that kind of do basic automations, but man, we're just at the cusp of that. And
Yeah,
I think
and
MSPs have a lot to do in that regard. So
yeah, we really need to think about. So think about this: 75% of MSPs are under 1 million, right, in revenue. So they're very small businesses when you think about it. Now, the issue I see with AI, and I'm gonna go on the negative side, by the way. There's good and bad, right, for everything. So the bad side of it is when people try to replace the human from the experience. My MSP, and then again, there's no pun intended, I'm not selling here, but my MSP just reached this week 350 5.0 Google reviews. To my account, there's no MSP that can come even close to that, right? We checked all over the country. And the reason why I'm telling you that is because I will never replace my service desk the way we do business with a chat, chat to my thing. I will never do that. So I think there's a fine line in there. I think things like content creation. We saw early on this battle that I think that it's gonna be the companies that will use it the best are the ones that are gonna win to enhance the human.
yeah, I mean, remember it wasn't that long ago we were focused on Server 2012 and making sure we had our we're hiring our techs with Cisco ratings and certifications, and now those aren't necessarily the skills that are highest demand, and that was only maybe 10 years ago. And again, in 10 years the industry's transformed from being on site to being on cloud. And now we're still figuring out what on cloud means, right? So again, when you look at that CX, the ability now to do it on cloud and not have to go somewhere to hook up these automations, the fact that you can do it, from any place and anywhere, doesn't mean the MSPs are going to be, eliminated or, staff's going to be reduced, but they will be retrained, right? They will, just like they've been retrained from 2012 to Azure, they're going to be retrained from Azure to composing businesses and orchestrating these outcomes for their clients. But that's just the next thing that MSPs will be doing, just like they've done, they've retooled themselves probably every 10 years on average from one technology to another.
We're good at buying tools. I can tell you that. We buy a lot of tools that we're terrible at actually selling them. And that's one of the reasons why I started the Binox, is because I realized, like, man, there's so much opportunity to help people sell, because we're good at buying all these. Every time you go to the shows, you see 150 vendors trying to sell to the MSP, but not one of them, except for us three, by the way, are trying to help them sell, right? So I think it's a great opportunity there to improve that process for MSPs.
Well, I mean, Walter makes a good point, because sometimes you buy the tools, but you don't change the way you do things, so you don't get the value of the tools, right? And one of the things there's a phrase that we used a long time is a change agent, right? And so the tools enable the change, but the MSP or the client actually has to follow through with the change, right? Just because you have the tool in your stack doesn't make you more efficient. Having the tool in your stack that you utilize and depend on, that can make you more efficient, but that requires a change of habits. And I think across the board, because technology is changing so fast and so drastically in some ways, we're still seeing, unfortunately, a few MSPs that are still trying to figure out, Windows Server 2012, as opposed to focusing on what's there today and what's going to be there tomorrow. So a change is just accelerating. It's not slowing down, and credentials that were really useful 5 years ago may not be that useful, 5 years from now. And that's the joy of the MSP space. And that's the opportunity, because there's always a paradigm shift.
We switched to doing a lot of Azure about 2 years ago, Jeff, in our MSP. And, I'm proud to say the last 5 years, we haven't sold a server. Right. And I hear so many people, because if we talk to 3 to 5 MSPs a day, we hear so many people that have yet to start that journey. And I'm saying to myself, well, wait a minute, you're like 2 years behind now. You got to get going with this, because this is like the old Novell networks to Windows, right?
Which I remember way too well,
Yeah.
unfortunately. So,
Well, with that being said, how often do you suggest that an MSP actually goes back and do an evaluation of the tools that they purchased?
Daily. I
Yeah.
mean, I by the way, I will tell you, I'm sorry, Charlie, real quick, but we have MSPs sometimes that actually buy our tool, and 6 months later they said, "Oh, I forgot that I had this thing." So and this is why we put a lot of pressure on them, and follow up and everything else, because I'm sure Jeff and you, Charlie, had the same experience where they'll do something, but they'll leave it at the beginning and they just don't continue with it. Um, I think you should be evaluating that almost daily, right? Not daily, but at least monthly, weekly. I don't know. On our MSP, we do it monthly. Every month, we go through the whole list.
yeah, I mean, it's funny because I probably a third of our company is focused on helping our partners get more out of our product, right? The 2/3 is out there trying to get the product in their hands to begin with. And now as we've grown, we just put increasing resources into helping them utilize it and engage with it, because again, it can be transformational, and we feel a certain pressure to help them transform, right? Again, just having Cloud Radial or any of these tools in a kit doesn't bring about transformation, right? And in fact, sometimes it can slow it down if you only implement it, partially, right? Then it's like you've got to do this step, but you didn't hook it all together to get the full benefit out of it. And I could see that with Roost quite a bit, where you do one thing with it and go like, well, that was really hard. But until you start doing it routinely throughout everything, it's like you're not getting the full benefit unless you really apply it.
Charlie, what were you thinking?
No, I was just, it's definitely one of those things where, they have to, you have to evolve and evolve quickly, right?
Yeah.
Everybody, whether they like it or not, I know the lockdown's behind us, but so many people that were, basically afraid of moving to the cloud were forced to. But now, to our point, like it's amazing how if you don't evolve your business, and I'd almost say, daily is probably one thing, but certainly almost in like 6-month chunks, you should be looking at it to say, hey, what are we doing? How are we doing with it? And I've seen some of the, MSPs that are kind of looking forward are saying, I don't know why I have all these tools. They don't talk together. I'm not sure I'm getting much out of it. And let's be honest, like the best thing that could happen for an MSP is they never hear from their customers. We're in IT, right? We know the way that works. Nobody calls and goes, you did a great job. They only call to complain. So, adding these tools, you're almost doing it for yourself a lot of times than more for them, because you don't understand what these tools actually do.
I love it. And I think we just got like our warning time that we're wrapping up. One of the things that I would like to say to close is that I hope that everyone listening can utilize the tools that you all have shared and your insights with how to build out a true practice around building in technology, evaluating that technology, ensuring that it's frictionless, so that it's not only helping your customer and their end user, but also their internal team. Because as Walter said, we're not going to get rid of our humans. They still have to deliver that experience. We're just going to use this automation. We're going to use these platforms to help us become more efficient. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Kelly.
See you, Matt.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all. Appreciate it. And special thanks to Kelly. Yep, thank you. All right, so we're going to move things right along. I'm going to bring up a friend in the industry and now a fellow Texan, right? So, Ryan, you're on mute. I'll unmute you. I think I can. You want to try it on? There we go.
Hey, yes. Welcome to Texas, Matt.
Yep. Well, and congratulations for earning this spot as one of the top rated companies and having the most product reviews in our platform. So these are your 5 minutes. You've earned them, and take it away.
Yeah, 5 minutes. I gotta go really fast, everybody. So bear with me here. I have some visual aids, but really, what this is about wanting you to know what Crewwho does, and a lot of people have tried CSAT, but have they tried Crewwho? That's what this is really about. So I'm gonna go really fast, everybody. Can everyone see this, Matt?
Yep, you are good, and your 5 minutes starts now. I won't. It wasn't that when. There you go. Go ahead.
Thanks, man. So at the core of what Crewwho does is we're an employee recognition and customer satisfaction platform, and we were built from the ground up for MSPs. So I encourage everybody to reach out to us. We can go a lot deeper than 5 minutes here, but real quick, I have been in the channel for quite some time. Matt and I go way back to ID agent days. Before that, I used to run an MSP as well. So, I love MSP. I'm in the channel. This is what I really, I love. And I encourage you guys to look us up on LinkedIn. That's my founder, Steven Spiegel, and myself. Please connect with us on LinkedIn. Would love to have you on the network. So our whole philosophy at Crewwho is that your superpower is your people and your processes. It's not your tech stack. So we believe that if you have the right people and they are incentivized, recognized, rewarded, you can move mountains with that. And so that's our whole philosophy here. And if you guys are familiar with the Business Roundtable, they will reiterate what I'm saying. If you have that positive company culture, it will impact your business results from not only customer loyalty, but to innovation and lots of other areas in your business. So that being said, we're going to go right into it. These are the 5 modules of Crewwho. And so my whole goal here is I want to leave you with a lot of people have heard of Crewwho, but they don't always understand exactly what we do. And it's not just CSAT. There's a lot of other stuff to it, as you can see here at these 5 modules. So yes, we do CSAT, and we do it better, I think, than a lot of other folks out there. But that's really where Crewwho just begins. And that's where the other guys kind of end and where Crewwho just begins. We're going to get you that customer feedback. When it's positive, we're going to use that then to recognize, reward, incentivize your team for a job well done. And there's other modules here too, as you can see. We hook into all the PSA tools out there. We're going to be able to gamify the KPIs that you want to improve for your business to incentivize your team to kind of go down the path you want to steer them on. We have a peer-to-peer recognition module that's going to allow your employees to live your company core values daily and also celebrate those daily wins. And I'll explain that a little bit more. We have a prize store. So they're going to get this positive feedback. They're going to win these contests. They're going to recognize each other. They're earning points. They go to our prize store and they can redeem those points and reward themselves. And you can build that up around your company culture. The last piece is we're going to help you get 5-star Google reviews. We're going to get you customer testimonials and let everyone know, hey, we're a great company. Our employees love working here. Our clients love working with us. You want to partner with us and our MSP. And that's kind of what makes up the whole platform. So we hook into all your systems. Again, we were built from the ground up for MSPs. So we hook into the systems you use every day. We try to make it easy. And so you can see some of them on here. We just announced a big integration with Cloud Radio, who was just on here as well. Now, my goal here is just to show you, when I ran my MSP, it was important to see how it can affect my business. So I'm going to show you some testimonials from customers here. These are great MSPs. You can reach out to them directly, ask them about us. They'll tell you and shoot you straight. But I want to show you how our platform can be transformational. Cloud Radio was just talking about that, and Crewwho is absolutely one of those that will help you. So the bell just went off. That was fast.
That means you got 1 minute.
Wow. It's going to be like the Academy Awards, Matt. I'm just going to keep going. You have to kick me off stage. I'm joking. Not really. So Paul, he had a high employee turnover. We were able to come in and he recognized a lot of ROI from doing that, reducing his employee churn. Warren here had a simple CSAT tool in place. Not a lot of conversion. We helped him improve his conversion rate and raise his CSAT up to 99%. Brent here, he added $500,000 in ARR to his MSP with our NPS tool. All right. Neil here, he added 12 new clients with Crewhoo, just showing them, hey, we value response time. And not only that, but we recognize, reward, and incentivize our employees based on your feedback every single time you use our service. And he added 12 new clients doing that. With our gamification module, Brian here was able to improve his documentation game so much, he was able to add 1,000 new endpoints without adding any headcount to his MSP. That's some real growth. We
This
got
is the Academy Awards, Ryan, coming on now.
I know. I'm going fast, Matt. We're going fast. It's like shake and bake time.
Yep.
So David here, we improved his Google reviews from 4.8 to 4.9 and doubled them in a short amount of time. All his new customers are saying that. And Adam here, he was able to get engineers that weren't documenting anything previously to start documenting, and got his employees engaged 20% more. So those are some good examples for you guys. I encourage you to reach out to us and sign up for a demo. We are on channel program. We have a lot of reviews. Please check us out on there. Our clients are our best representatives. Here's what the pricing looks like, guys. It's on our website as well. We have a 60-day money-back guarantee on all of the Crewhoo. So lastly, if you sign up for a demo, come talk to us. We can talk a lot more about how we can improve your business. We're going to give away one of these bad boys right here. You see this? It's not a sword. It is a badass pizza cutter. You can mess up pizza with this, okay? We're going to give one of these away. It's personalized, and it is also badass. So there you go. There's a QR code on here. Scan that, and you'll get the offer and be entered to win the badass pizza cutter. I appreciate the time, Matt. Thank you.
No problem. Thanks, Ryan. And yeah, and hopefully you don't lose a hand in that process of cutting that pizza. So we're kind of in the final three kind of stages of the event today. We're going to have one more keynote. We're going to round things out with a cybersecurity panel led by Alex Corson. And then kind of the finale will be my interview with a 9-time gold medalist, Carl Lewis. So without further ado, I am going to bring up Highwire Networks, and the floor is yours for the next 10 minutes.
Right on. Excellent. So let me see if your computer present. Oh, geez, I got to upload the PowerPoint. Awesome. Didn't realize I needed to do that. Don't show
There
those tips
should
again.
be a way to share your screen from the PowerPoint. Garrett, if you want to jump in.
Slides, video
Yeah,
file.
you can just
there. Okay, I see it
yeah,
now.
it's just share screen.
Yeah.
Got it. Window. Let's do this. Boom. All right. Hope that didn't take away from my 10 minutes.
I know, you're good. I'm starting now.
Right on. So 10 minutes to talk about a pretty big topic. Basically, Highwire Networks, we're channel focused, MSP focused, providing security services through our partner community. This is about MDR and the growth of the next iteration of security services that both are going to help you grow your business as well as help you secure your customers in a better way. So MDR is not enough. I mean, one of the things that is the challenge here is not just that MDR is not enough from a security perspective. It's also not enough to continue to grow your security services revenue within your customer base. So number one, facing businesses today, every small business is faced with the same digital transformation aspects that many of the bigger businesses are moving towards. So security has really become a data problem. And as a result, what you see is this massive expansion of your customer's attack surface. And this is equating into a larger amount of cost to a security breach. Now, this is the average for a medium enterprise business. When you break it down for small businesses, a security breach costs them between $600,000 and $800,000. 60% of small businesses that are breached are out of business within 6 months of that breach happening. So not every business is going to have this big of a tag on it for a breach. Most of the small businesses that I mentioned are a little smaller from that perspective, but for $1 million a year, SMB having to come out of pocket with $600,000 to $800,000 following a breach is oftentimes an existential crisis, right? So what we're going to be talking about today is how to evolve your service offering to include the risk factor and to reduce risk for your customers. And really, it's around the leveraging of automation across different security tools to reduce risk and to improve business outcomes. So this is a IBM cost of a security breach for 2021 indicated that the cost of a security breach went down by 80% when machine learning and artificial intelligence and automation was used in response. Now, that's all fine and good, but the fact of the matter is what your customers are dealing with and what you may be dealing with in your tech stack is this, right? So these different technologies are not designed to work together. So while automation and machine learning can really improve and reduce the amount of a security breach, the cost of a security breach, as well as the likelihood of security breach, none of these tools are actually designed to work together. And for the most part, what you're doing on the MDR side of things is an endpoint security function that is not coordinated or collaborated with the rest of the technologies that are out there. So none of these technologies were designed to work together. And really what it nets out to is an ineffectiveness in cybersecurity for the most part. There's a variety of different reasons that this happens. Threats are on the rise. You know, this massive amount of all these different security tools that are in customer environments are creating a sort of a deluge of alerts and notifications that are really creating a camouflage that many of the bad actors are hiding behind. And as a result, what you see is all these different things that are kind of culminating to create a massive risk state. And it's just too much. And literally you see that results, the security breaches are not going down, they're going up, and they're more impactful for businesses. So what you see is happening now is a recognition in the space that XDR really is the extension of detection and response functions, and starting to capture more of the areas of the attack surface and to work with tools that weren't necessarily designed to work together and make them work together in unison to better secure and reduce risk for your customers. So 50% of businesses, according to ESG, are looking at a fully managed XDR solution, and a couple of other different stats here that sort of indicate the growth in the business. Now, for those of you that are not familiar with XDR, what is it, right? Well, it's a service that normalizes and correlates telemetry from different security products. So it takes into account not only the endpoint, but network, cloud, email, workspace, SASE or secure service edge. And it includes a centralized data lake or security converged data lake to store telemetry from the different areas of the attack surface. Additionally, what it does is it centralizes that analytics, right? The correlation and detection, and leverages that machine learning, that automation that was mentioned earlier in the reduction of the cost of a security breach. And it helps to actually create combining weak signals to put together for stronger signals to indicate malicious intent, which is really what's happening today. Is the attackers are not just coming at the endpoints, they're coming at a variety of different areas of your customer's attack surface. So if you can't see it, you can't correlate it to be a malicious operation, you're not going to be able to defend against it. Also, what it does, responds across to all of these different technologies that are out there, right? So MDR really is rooted in the native capabilities of endpoint detection and response technologies to detect and respond threats on the endpoint. Now what needs to happen is that needs to be expanded and extended out to the different technologies that are in play, because I'm here to tell you, firewalls are not designed to do detection and response. Neither is cloud collaboration suites, etc. They don't have detection and response functions built into them like an EDR technology might, right? So really what we're looking at from an XDR perspective is taking that detection and response functions and the machine learning and extending that across the rest of the attack surface. So what we do basically here at Highwire Networks is we provide a service that you sell to your customers. You're able to grow your monthly recurring revenue, doing well while doing good, right? You're able to grow your monthly recurring revenue by better securing your customer and keeping them out of the news, right? So really what this service is designed around is to simplify a very complex service capability and make it addressable and explainable for you to position with your customers around being able to improve and reduce their attack surface and reduce the likelihood of a security breach occurring. So basically what we're doing is we've got that next gen cloud SIM that's integrated into the solution set, the machine learning aspects, the threat intelligence feeds coming in, the automation of that detection and response actions. All of that is being done within our security operations center in North America. All U.S. employees. We don't offshore, send any of our support overseas. All of that brought together to help you do a couple different things. Number one, grow your business, right? Grow your MRR. XDR is going to be the granddaddy of security services. It already kind of is. You're going to even see MXDR playing into SASE, which is a growing security service as well, where detection and response functions against the different security functions within SASE is a part of that solution, right? So grow your MRR, great margins in here, because where there's mystery, there's margin. There's a ton of mystery in what MXDR actually does and how it does it. Be more competitive in the space, right? It's a competitive space. There's a lot of folks coming after your customers. You need to be leading with security technologies that are, number one, are differentiated, but two, are adding value to what you are delivering to your customer environment. Is simplifying security into a single pane of glass risk posture, right? Being able to see what your customer's risk is, having them be able to see what their risk is in a screen has got enormous value. And at the end of the day, you're selling outcomes. You're not selling products, right? You're selling risk reduction, cost control, business growth, because I've never seen a high performance sports car without great brakes, right? If you want to take the turns fast, you're going to have brakes that allow you to do that. A business is the same way. If they don't have the proper security measures in place, they're going to have impacts on their business. They're going to slow their growth. And so cybersecurity actually can be a growth component, XDR being a big one, right? So, we're 100% channel. We don't sell anything direct. So we don't have sales tax codes in any of the states in the union, right? So the fact of the matter is there is nothing that we sell direct. We don't sell technology, so we're not competing with you. And here's one of our partners. Basically, this is exactly to the point. MDR is not enough. Is that this partner was really successful with our managed EDR solution. They basically came in and look, we need to reduce your risk posture. Did so in such a way that when they put XDR in, they were basically able to mitigate a massive potential ransomware impact on the business, because in this scenario, the exploits were coming through the firewalls and not on the endpoints. And so XDR was able to isolate incident, correlate the incident that was going to be impactful to the business, and save that customer a $3 to $5 million ransomware attack as a function of the managed XDR solution. So again, Corey's saying, hey, look, signing up with you guys, I can sleep at night. My customers are safe. It's a big part of what we do on a daily basis. So again, recognized across the industry for our efficacy as a channel organization. We don't sell direct. We're 100% channel, and we work to help you improve what you're doing from your customer security perspective, help you reduce their risk while you grow your business. So we think it's a doing well while doing good kind of strategy. So I got the ding. I can't believe I actually did this in under 10 minutes, even in my hyper caffeinated state. So I'm pretty ecstatic about that. But you can reach out to us if you have any questions on the solution. You want to see a demo, get it set up. We're happy to help you do that.
Awesome. Good job. Yeah, I don't think you took a breath there. So well done. Thanks, man. Appreciate your time.
You bet.
All
Thanks
right.
for having us.
Yeah, of course. All right. Well, we're gonna move things along. So again, this is gonna be the final panel of the day, and then after this panel, we're gonna have the Carl Lewis interview. So I'm gonna bring up my friend Alex here, who's gonna be moderating the panel. Welcome, Alex.
Hi. How are you? Can you hear me? Okay.
I can hear you, and I'm gonna bring up the rest of the panel and just hand it over to you all.
Easy enough.
Yeah. All right.
We have the fun people that they saved the best for last, I guess.
There you go.
Except for like all the other people that were amazing. So anyways, guys, thanks so much for joining me for the final panel of the day. For all of you watching, I am Alex Corson. I am the moderator today, and I own and operate a company called CyberCell. So we do sales acceleration and enablement for MSPs as well as IT vendors. And I got my my growth and training in the cybersecurity arena. So I guess that's why they put me where they put me. And I have an amazing lineup today made up of JP Kehoe, Dante Orsini, and Jerry O'Brien. JP is Global XDR Sales Lead for Barracuda, which actually just sort of dovetailed really nicely into what we just listened to for less than 10 minutes, and he did very well. So you've been an experienced VP and demonstrated a history of developing team professionals to support thought leaders over the past 20 years. Dante Orsini has been with 1111 Systems since 2008, and he's been working up his way through the ranks of sales and strategy until his current role as Chief Strategy Officer with the team. So with over 30 years in the channel, Dante is passionate evangelist and strategist who can help MSPs plan better. And then we've got Jerry O'Brien, the Alliance Manager at Storage Guardian, and you've got close to the same amount of time in B2B software and technology sales as well, including managing alliances for Storage Guardian with a focus on Veeam, self-provisioning portal, and incident planner. So I think we have a serious lineup when it comes to the cybersecurity panel and the needs of everything. So guys, welcome.
Thank you.
Are you ready for this?
Yeah, let's go.
Do it. All right, we're doing it. All right. So basically, I wanted to take a couple of minutes. I know we only have like 30, but I wanted to take a couple of minutes to just sort of set the stage, because while service portfolio is a huge factor for MSPs and they represent and plan massive changes in cybersecurity every single year. So everything's evolving. The scope of services is evolving. It can be overwhelming. You've heard from Pia today. You've heard references to Roost today. There's automation everywhere, and we're trying to figure out how secure everything is, as well as planning for the future with it, right? So as much as the business and workforce has evolved, so too has the focus, right? So my first question is, how are MSPs and vendors acclimating? Because I think that's a really important standpoint to understand where they're coming from and how they're feeling and how they're acclimating from an actual boots on the ground tactical effort and how are they managing the staffing needs of the cybersecurity industry. Dante, I know you have thoughts on that one. You want to kick this one off?
Yeah, Alex, I mean, I think you actually answered it in your intro, right? I mean, we're seeing the technology's moving very quick, right? Technology alone is not going to get it done. We all know that, right? And that's why we're all in the services industry. So I think that what we're finding is that it's becoming increasingly hard, unless you're a very, very large global organization, to be able to go out and attract the right talent to build out the right security practice. It's difficult, right? So thankfully, the technology is getting better, right? And the tools are getting, much more aligned to someone, being able to provide value in interpreting the data that's coming out of the tool, to help their clients, through the process, right? And I think also what we're finding is that, regardless of how strong your multi-layered approach is, if the big boys really want to get in, right, and girls, it's tough, right? So I think you'll
I like
kind
that
of hear
distinction. Thank you very much.
Yeah, there you go. So I believe that Jerry and I and even JP are gonna say the same thing, right? Like when you start to look at all the preventative things that we can do, there's no shortage of great technology, right? But nothing is gonna outshine someone that is there to interpret the data and actually take action on behalf of their client. But at the end of the day, you also have to have a complete end-to-end strategy that says, okay, if the worst should happen, if all else fails, how am I going to restore my customer's environment, right? And for years, a lot of us talk about disaster recovery, and I'll tell you that most folks want to talk about cyber recovery resiliency today, right? And there's a reason for that, and we all know what that is, right? So I'll pause and take a breath, but it's a great challenge that we're all trying to overcome at the same time.
Yeah, I think, I mean, we could all repeat the same thing, different versions of it. It's Dante's bang on the money. What one of the things we're certainly seeing, Alex, would be, a very strong acknowledgement that the cyber problem is bigger than us all put together, right? So that's a fact today. The real result and the real key thing for people to recognize is that partnership is one of the solutions. So that goes for, as you just said, like, the vendors into the managed service providers, but equally for the customers out there that have strong partnerships with their managed service provider. So if you're any business today and you're worried about basically risk, cyber risk, you're going to want to have a good, strong relationship with your MSP. So that's a good thing for the people that's taking the time to dial into the channel All Stars today. Like, you're in a really good spot, but there's an onus on us to strengthen those partners, for the MSP to strengthen the partnership with the end customer, but then also to figure out the vendors that you're going to want to have strong partnerships. And that line goes right through from end customer to MSP back into the vendors. And it's our collective responsibility to try to solve those problems as Dante just talked about. And actually, Stephen Talon, was listening to a second ago, summed it up very, very well as well. So, there's partnership's a key thing, and I think there's an onus on us all to just help each other. And that's why the MSP community is so powerful, because it is that community. MSPs help MSPs, vendors are here to help and support as well. That's why it's an exciting place to work.
Yeah, very good, JP. Yeah, totally in agreement there with you in relation to the partnerships. Like, we talk about it being teamwork, but you have to have internal and external teamwork working together. And then you have to have a statement of work to make it all happen, with a customer responsibility matrix to pull it all together. And then all that needs to be done up front, because you don't want all these silos of people working on their own. You need to bring it all together. On top of that, custom tools, and allowing your vendors to kind of come together and be able to work within those tools as well, and have a proactive maintenance contract so that you have eyes looking at another set of eyes looking down on the data, and making sure that there's a holistic approach to it and seeing it all together.
Jerry, I love that you just said that they need to have a contract upfront and a matrix of expectations, which I think is something that a lot of people miss when they're going in on their contracts, as well as what the staffing needs are, right? When you're expanding, or when things do hit, what do they do, right? Yeah. What's your plan B? What happens if? What's the contingency? So I think that's a phenomenal idea. And if any MSPs are listening right now to that, that's something, jot it in your notes, because if you're not doing it, start doing it.
Yeah, because we're seeing that a lot, actually. We get into the engagement, we move along the road, and then we put the statement of work in front of MSPs, and they kind of go, "Ooh, now this is serious." You know what I mean? So it's really to get down to that nuts and bolts of what someone's going to do when things happen, and make sure that everyone knows their roles and have it all into one place, so that at the time of an incident, you're able to pull it up and see who's going to do what, and get moving on it.
Yeah. So so in that light, and I do have other questions, but now I'm just going in on this one, right? So what do we do then if I'm talking to the experts in the space? What do we do as an MSP that would say, okay, when all else fails, when the proverbial S hits the fan and my staff is down and I have the tools, but I still need to get the reports done, I still need to get to the people, and I still need to somehow remote in. I've heard 3 different answers, and they're all right? It's leveraging each other, it's leveraging the community, it's setting proper expectations, and making sure that everything is set for a plan B. But how do you leverage the tools and the people that are around you? Because I think it's so oftentimes not enough for us to just tell the MSPs to leverage it, because it's like, okay, but how?
Yeah. So from our point of view, a shameless plug here, we do have a free DR planner, DR runbook, where you put in all the information, and then it actually kicks off with a code that the stakeholders have, and they're able to input the code, and it kicks off the series of plans that have already been inputted prior to at the earlier stage.
Jerry, you didn't even pay me to say that. That's great. All right. You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, guys, do you have anything else?
One thing I want to just kind of chime in on there, right? So kind of expanding on my comment earlier, right? If you look at disaster recovery, there's, I would like to say this is typically the skeleton in IT's closet, right? When we're talking to end users, nobody knows what they're doing typically, right? It's usually in the heads of a few people. And really you're only as good as your last test. We've all heard this ad nauseum, right? But if you want to differentiate your practice, you need to start to understand that recovering from a cyber event is completely different. It's not about traditional replication. It's about data protection. And I'll bark this from the top of the rooftops all day and twice on Sundays. Most organizations do not even know how to go through a test for a cyber incident. Simply don't. So if you want to differentiate yourself, start studying up on it, because it really comes down to, do you have the right partner that's got enough capacity to bring up multiple copies of that data as fast as possible for you or a third-party forensics organization to start making their way through it. It is not a fast process at all. This isn't about clicking a button and bringing up your latest replica, right? It's about trying to find out when the actual data was compromised. and it's long, it's laborious, and usually there's going to be digital forensics firms that are brought in by cyber liability insurance carriers. And guess what? They're there for two reasons, right? They're hired by the carrier to make sure that everything that you went through with your client and you attested to that you've got all these different processes and controls in place were actually in place when you were compromised, or they're not going to pay, right? So, and they're finding all sorts of ways to indemnify their way out of it. So for many of you that are dealing with this on the daily, right, you can see just over the last couple of years how dramatic that that assessment process has become to even qualify for a policy, right? So that kind of gives everybody here the guide, right, or the measuring stick on what I need to be able to the gaps I need to fill for my client to actually go out and write a policy. But at the end of the day, right, again, if all else fails, what are you doing to run through a cyber tabletop exercise? What are you doing to help your client understand what data is actually vital in their organization, right? Some of us, like Jerry said, we've developed tools that will help, assess this, not just up front, but on an ongoing basis. But again, this is an area where I'm telling you, the industry needs to really, really study up, because most organizations are simply not prepared for it. And it's a great opportunity for us.
I completely agree with that. Okay, guys,
I don't know if I can add anything more to add to what Jerry and Dante said. The only probably, if you back up a little bit, right, and you think about, and I won't mention this again, right, when someone talks about the lack of talent, because everyone knows there's a lack of talent. So I read somewhere there's enough to fill 50 NFL stadiums or some crazy number like that, right? The fact that there's so many people not available today to solve this problem. But what it means is that for MSPs today, that really it's difficult for them to, or for their customers, I should say, to understand cyber risk. We're in the risk management business. So that's the first problem that's bringing. And the second one, as Dante just maybe alluded to, is like this complexity that lies out there. So I think a way of differentiating, and MSPs are doing this today, would be like deciding what good looks like for any customer joining them today. So you have maybe come from a place where it's okay just to put in a backup solution or a firewall, and it's not at one platform. So I see definitely MSPs are, mandating what good, better, and best might look like for their customers, because it manages the cyber risk together. And they're also, as Jerry talked about, that shared responsibility comes with that. So getting into a place where you can decide what good looks like, whatever that is easily understood and communicated with the customer. That's a good place to be, because now you have that, clear understanding, and there's a shared responsibility that comes with working together. And going back to that partnership piece, it begins that partnership journey where it's like, you're coming on board. This is what my good package looks like, and you have a journey then to get into better and best. And any vendor that helps you on that journey is someone that definitely should embrace.
Absolutely. So all right, you guys touched on another one that leads me into the next question, which is perfect. So, my own experience, I've been head of business development of almost every single backup company out there at this point, right? So, I mean, the backup pitch is not a sexy pitch, right? This is not something that anybody likes to talk about, but it really is a necessary one. However, when we're talking about cyber attacks and protecting data and mitigating risk, how can you ensure that the data is actually protected and secure from the cyber attacks proactively, and then still making sure that everything is taken care of from a backup perspective, especially with the increased use of cloud services? So you've got SaaS everything at this point, and everybody's going to the cloud.
Go ahead, guys.
Foaming at the mouth for that one. Go, Jerry. We haven't heard from you in a bit.
Yeah. Look,
it's
about offering multiple immutability backup solutions, and also having different approaches to security. That's it in a nutshell. It's also really important, actually, another point is that IT is actually audited by a SOC team, which is kept completely separate. And because in some cases you have an IT team and the SOC team are together, and then that's the doctor looking after himself, really. And that needs to be kind of separated out so that you have two different people, two different teams looking after that. Again, and then in relation, it's business processes, having the processes in place to do, we say at least half yearly tests. And even like if you look at the small print on any insurance policy these days, they're all asking, making sure that you have reported that you've been doing half yearly tests. And if you don't have those tests in place, then if you have an attack and you claim you're from your insurance, you're not going to get it. They'll take your premium on a monthly basis, but they're not going to pay up if you haven't proved that you have the tests done along the way.
Yeah.
Dante, you're up.
I mean, I completely agree, right? There's not too much to add to that, right? I think that, one thing I do want to touch on, though, as Alex brought it up, this is something we talk about day in and day out. The complexity of our clients' environments has grown exponentially in the last 5 years, right? I hear it all the time when I talk to, I would say enterprise accounts where we've got, larger enterprise that are, looking at like their long-term strategic challenges and things like that. And the phrase I hear is, I would move the whole company to SaaS if I could do it, but I can't, right? And, as we're supporting mid-market and SMB customers, we definitely see that that's true there too. And the adoption of SaaS makes the data protection conversation a little bit different, right? So not every SaaS platform is going to give you the best opportunity to provide value for your client, right? So the best that you can do is to consult with them to really dig into the T's and C's as they're looking to adopt certain services, and help them and advise them along the way on what that potential data protection gap may be, right? But I think that the vendor side, and this is, I'm coming at you, JP, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of folks that are out there. Some of us are partnering with various different vendors to help, solve for this problem. But I want to give, obviously, JP an opportunity to talk about that one directly.
Yeah, no, and I mean, you're right. I think, and Stephen, just before this particular session, sort of mentioned XDR, and as a concept, it becomes actually a really good mechanism for MSPs today to consolidate. And you're right, Dante. Like, there's just tremendous amount of data, devices, and obviously different vendors, but it is another evolution of an MSP now. So when I look at it and you think of break fix IT back in the day, and that had moved now to managed service providers, and we have people on this call that are running MSPs. The next evolution's happening, which is that you're leading with cyber. So on top of selling IT as a service, you now need to sell cybersecurity as a service. And XDR is that capability to have that conversation, bringing it all together. It's a tremendous competitive advantage. MSPs today are choosing the vendors that make sense for them on that journey, right? What hasn't happened yet at scale is that our businesses today, particularly SMBs, have not made that decision, but it's coming. So MSPs are going to have that wave soon of business say, hey, I need this thing that's going to make it easy to manage all these solutions. So I think that getting the preparedness on the market is important, and helping, pick a vendor that makes sense for you in that journey, to make it easy, right? Because it's like where backup was maybe a number of years ago. It was an option, but it's no longer going to be an option to, simplify all that complexity for any business to do, and just simply make it easier, right?
Right. And also what you just said was very interesting too, because I think a lot of MSPs and anybody in the channel, honestly, that needs to understand, I think we all get the differences between MDR, XDR, all of that, but what are the actual specifics where you must sort of fall under and hit, right? What are the bare minimums to qualify as an XDR or cyber as a service? Because I
Yeah.
think there's confusion.
There is.
Yeah.
I think the market is still confused. We live in like acronym soup, right? You got MDR, XDR, SOC, SIEM. So I think, Alex, the way to look at it right now is that it's maturing. And it's not yet very clear for anyone in the market. Because one thing that we've picked out, certainly, and you think about a security operating center and what it does, and it might be familiar with some people listening in, but what's the difference between a SIEM, right? You plug it in and collect all this telemetry, a SOC, and a mature security operating center.
Is this
And
a bad
that-
joke coming?
And that hasn't, yeah, I must make one, but that hasn't happened yet, right? So the market hasn't matured enough to see the differences. And, you know, again, MSPs are beginning to figure it out, but the market has not yet. That is certainly going to happen. So making decisions now around a vendor that helps you simplify, put in that basic requirements we talked about, good, better, best, and be, you know, have a line on sight on what a mature offering is. It's a bit like, God forbid, if I was sick, you're going to want to go to a doctor. So you're going to go to the good doctor or the better doctor. And like and it's really like an illness. So we're in the cyber risk management space now. We're not in the IT space anymore. We're managing risk. And you're going to need to sort of figure out who's the best group of people and supports for you as a business to manage that risk.
Sure. Jerry, you want to weigh in?
Yeah, we see going back to testing and doing a half yearly tests and that. We see that as so important to bring in the stakeholders and the end customer side of things, so they see what's going on behind it all, and putting a bit of onus back on them, being able to see what the time to spin up servers are at, and telling them, listen, you need to invest more money here, so that if you want it to be brought up faster, to be able to see. Like, we have one situation a couple of years ago where it was a lawyer firm, I think it was in Florida, and they had we were spinning up their servers, and it was taking longer than we expected. It had taken 4 days or something like that. And what turned out in the end, they were putting pressure on us. Why hadn't you able to do it? Why hadn't you able to do it? They'd never done tests prior to this. And what it turned out, that there was they had one of their SQL servers had a license which was only applicable to that particular server. And if you had done tests in advance of that, it would have caught it. You'd have seen it, and you're able to buy a proper license for the SQL server, and then you're able to spin it up in a matter of minutes or hours, whatever you're paying for. But putting that onus back on the end user to say, listen, you need to invest more money, and that's allowing MSPs to make more money. So that's where we see the testing coming in as an opportunity to get deep with accounts, bring in business owners and point of business, not just the IT people, so that they see where their IT money is being spent, and then and from that point of view, you're able to get more money from those business owners because they're seeing the hard work you're doing behind. Because a lot of the time in IT, they don't appreciate you until something goes down, and that's why it's important to be able to take opportunities to show them the good work that we're doing there.
Yeah, and it's funny that you mentioned that, because it's sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy in the channel, and it always has been, where it's more of an education piece that the vendors are responsible to do, so that the MSPs understand what they are responsible for, so that the end users can actually figure out, oh shoot, we have to take care of all this. But that goes right back to the original part of the conversation when we were saying leveraging the relationships and leveraging the partnerships and using and utilizing the specialists of each solution in order to really sort of evangelize what MSPs are doing, right? And what they're trying to do.
The time of generalists is I think it's kind of over. You need to take the best of the different solutions and partner up, and not be the one to try and do it all yourself. Bring bring people that you like to work with and that you feel can have your back when you need it, and then to be able to go forward together, you know. And then it's important for these solutions that you have to be able to tie in with other solutions to be able to do that. But that's coming, and it's there to a certain extent, and it needs to happen more.
And what I've noticed also is a lot of the MSPs who are experiencing heightened growth are the ones that are horizontally offering very specific specialized solutions, which means that they can leverage the right vendors in that space and then expand out. So you're absolutely right that generalist is sort of not going away, but it's being communicated in a different way now, right? So it's focusing in with a frictionless sort of, you know, entry point and then expanded upon, which is great. Okay, so we only have, I think, 5 minutes left, but I do want to talk a little bit about because we were talking about mitigation and getting in front of it. Oh, do I have 5 minutes or 2 minutes? Matt's back on.
About 2.5. So
we have 2 minutes. Okay, all right. So I'm just going to say we were talking about how we go through in a preemptive strike, right? What do we do in terms of ransomware and not so preventative? What do we do when we have to come back from something? You got 2 minutes. Go, guys.
Matt,
no pressure.
We've kind of talked about this a little bit, right? But I think that there's definitely a distinction between, you know, a traditional recovery, right?
Mm-hmm.
Site failure, human error, whatever, versus cyber, right? And you know, I think that we can all these days we can highly automate and orchestrate the failover of infrastructure, right? Where the rubber really meets the road is getting into application recovery in a traditional DR sense, right? And that kind of points to what Jerry was talking about. Like, do you have a team that stands behind you that understands how to recover a myriad of different applications, right, in a certain amount of time? But that when you get into the cyber side of it, totally different. Now you got to look at, do I have a team that's got the expertise to bring up multiple copies of that data simultaneously, completely in clean room environments, so the forensics process can happen?
Yeah.
And to the whole point Jerry made, you know, letting the fox in the hen house, right? Your infrastructure team is probably going to be different or should be different than your digital forensics organization, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So I'll add to that really quickly. Get an emergency.
30 seconds.
Get an emergency number for cyber.
Yes.
Think about it. Are you going to be able to ring Microsoft and get 3 rings? You get someone on the phone. Get somebody you can call when you have a problem. Simple as that.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
And you know, the person to kick off the cyber attack shouldn't be the IT manager. It should be on the business side of things.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones ultimately should pull the trigger on an incident.
Hey, Alex, finish up. I can't believe you let 2 Irish lads on the same call.
I was shocked. I was like, there's no way we're doing this in a certain amount of time. You guys could talk forever. And I've got the red hair, so I'm just they're just letting me on. Guys, thank you so much. This was actually really, really fun. And I think we got a lot of good answers out of it. And if anybody watching wants to see more or wants to hear more from these experts, you've got all the contact information. Matt, you're on.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it. Thanks for your time.
Take care.
All right. So I think Kevin is going to join me here for a second.
I will.
All right. You're getting I'm hearing a little buzz from you, but
oh, sorry about my buzz. But I'm ecstatic that we saved the best for last. I mean, my goodness.
Yeah, no, it's quite a finale, and we appreciate people sticking around. It's been a long event, and no, we're super excited. I see Carl's backstage. So, Carl, I'm not going to make you come on stage while I read your bio. That's probably boring for you to sit there. But yeah, so Kevin, I don't know if you wanted to say anything before I got into the bio part. But.
No, I'm happy for this, and it's going to be an amazing interview. So go get him.
Yep, and Kevin is going to come back with audience Q&A. So if you have any questions, let us know during the interview. But I'm going to read Carl's bio. It's incredibly impressive. So during his career as an Olympic athlete, Carl was part of 5 American Olympic teams, winning 10 medals, 9 of them gold. With unsurpassed talent in the long jump and his speeds in the sprints, Carl Lewis has gone places where no other track and field athlete has ever visited. His 5 Olympic appearances are a record for a male athlete, and many of his Olympic performances were in world or Olympic record times. His impressive track and field performances earned him renowned fame and the title of Athlete of the Century. Since his retirement from active competition in 1997, Carl has devoted a great deal of his time and energy to charity, founding the Carl Lewis Foundation, which serves as an umbrella for the many charities that Carl supports, including Best Buddies organization, the Wendy Marks organization for organ donor awareness, Ronald McDonald House Charities, and many youth fitness groups. He's also established an entertainment business, the Carl Lewis Entertainment Group, which focuses on his career, film production, and Carl Lewis Athletics. Carl is also is a United Nations ambassador for the Food and Agriculture Organization, and he is currently, if that wasn't enough, currently the head coach of the track and field program at University of Houston. Carl, welcome.
Yeah, I'm glad you didn't put me up.
Yeah.
But the craziest part is that you're like, I retired in 1997. Ouch.
Yeah, not too long ago, but maybe a little time. But I joked with you, Carl, that we have a lot in common. We're both retired track and field athletes, and I'm going to get a lot of my team backstage. By the way, anytime I mention anything about my track and field career, I'm going to get trash talked by everybody backstage.
I get it.
But it's funny, I kind of, before we kick things off, your 9 gold medals. You're one of the most decorated athletes in Olympic history. But recently, especially these swimmers, and I think the swimming people are gonna talk trash at me here, but they have all these like backwards things you can do, the backwards, front. There's so many different swimming events that they have these advantages to collect more medals.
Yeah.
It would be like if they had a backwards race, you could have won the gold in that too.
Well, I look at it in a lot of ways, because basically it's, they have more events. There's no question about it. And also the pressure on the body is different. So I think medal wise, we don't really need to compare, those sports, because it's not fair too for basketball. They can only get 1 medal. So it's really hard to say, oh, so-and-so had the most medals, because there are some female basketball players that went to 4 Olympic Games and they've got 4 medals. And I went to 4 Olympic Games. I have 9. But also, I'll get back on track and field too, because what happens now is that they're giving medals if you're in the qualifying round. So we have people that have won 2 and 3 Olympic gold medals now that never ran a final. So there are a lot of areas where it's just like, it's kind of like a microcosm of society, how we're just creating more events, making it easier, and taking away a lot of the challenges.
Got it. No, it's a very valid point. But so I want to kind of start at the beginning and really, understand how you got started in track and field in the first place.
Well, it's really a unique situation. Many not know my mother was an athlete in college, and she was actually a national class athlete, went to the first Pan Am Games in the 1950s. And so she wanted to coach girls back in the 1960s in our hometown of Willingboro, New Jersey. And so they would not put a girls program in. So she finally said to my father, I guess, whatever way they negotiated it out, I had different stories from mother and father. But they started a program for girls in 1969 when I was just 8 years old. And the next year boys joined, and that's how I got into track and field, because she wanted to give girls specifically a chance to be involved in sports.
Oh, wow. That's pretty amazing. And, outside of your mom's influence on that, was there any particular athletes that inspired you at an early age?
Oh, yeah. When I was very young, I was able to meet, I remember meeting John Carlos. He actually was a volunteer for the club back in the early 70s. So John Carlos was someone that really inspired me young. But then I was a big fan of Steve Williams. He was a sprinter in the 1970s. Big fan of his. And Jesse Owens. I was able to meet Jesse Owens when I was 13. So athletically, between those 3 probably affected me the most. But I guess performance-wise, Bob Beeman's long jump. That transformed me. Not at the time, because I never thought I could do it. It was just like, oh my God, look how far that is. But later on in life, it became that quest to try to do what Bob Beeman did is really what helped me make the decision to come to Houston in the first place.
Yeah. And did you feel any way about, not getting that world record at the time, Bob Beeman's?
Well, that's a great question. And I guess I'll answer it this way. Absolutely. That was something I put in my whole career. But also we have to put it in context. When in the early 80s, when I was still younger, I had already jumped 28.9. I made a decision to do the multiple events. And my coach and I knew that would affect the long jump. So it was one of those things where you say, oh, I know it'll happen. But, you know, when you're 20 years old, yeah, I know it, but. And then years later, I got into more things, because first it was the multiple events, and then it was push for professionalism. And then it was the marketing, and then it was the branding, and then it was the Santa Monica track. So every time I said, okay, let's focus on the long jump, then something else new was needed. So that's kind of what happened. Then, of course, that day when I finally jumped 29 feet, Mike Powell jumps farther. So, but I look at it like, absolutely, I really wish I could have gotten it, but I have no regrets.
Got it.
I think that's the regrets would be much harder to take than just saying, I think I could have done it. But I didn't really totally give myself the chance.
No, very understandable. And for those who don't know, like, it's very rare to run 4 different events in track and field. Most people specialize in a single event, and obviously the more heats and trials you're doing, it wears on your body. So,
well, you know, it's interesting looking at, you know, I forgot about a lot of them. I mean, I knew the events, but like I was watching the World Championships recently. You know, my mother passed away in January. So when I kind of miss her a little bit, I'll watch some of the old videos, because she's always there cheering and happy. And so I didn't realize that I ran 2 relays and a long jump final the same day. You know, the long jump relay semifinal, went over, did the long jump final, came out for the relay final. That would never happen today. Kids would never do that today. And so, like, what was I thinking? The point is, I just said, this is what I want to accomplish. I went out and trained for it, and then we were able to get it done.
Got it. And, you know, I've been doing a deep dive all over YouTube and everything about your life. And actually, Carl, I came across, like, I didn't see the full video, but it was an interview with you at an event where it sounded like you jumped 30 feet, but I guess they said that you stepped on the thing. But that was back when you were 20 years old, I think.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it was in 1982. And I jumped, I don't know if it was 30, but it was over the world record for sure.
Yeah.
And the officials called it a foul, but there was a plasticine, there was a tape in front of the runway, in front of the board. Well, the rules said at the time that you have to make a mark in there for it to be a foul. Well, the official was determined to say, no, I saw your foot go over. Well, so it was a misinterpretation of the rule, and then he raked the pit, and we never found out. But it was definitely farther than I've ever jumped. But think about this. So I'm 20 years old. I jumped 29.9, set the world record. That changes my career totally, because now the record's off the table. So is the long jump is important because it was the most difficult? Do I stop long jumping after 84? I mean, it's so many things happened that could have changed everything in my whole career. In 1991, when I went out, the day that Mike Powell broke the world record, I thought I was going to get it that night. And I said, I'm going to break this world record, and I'm never long jumping again. Well, Mike Powell breaks the world record. And guess what? 2 of my Olympic gold medals in the long jump came after that. Just think if I'd stopped. So, and you look at it, it just seems like my life was put on the trajectory it was supposed to be. And maybe that's partially me just trying to rationalize it. But, you know, growing up and being 61 years old and having a son and granddaughter and dealing with all these athletes, you have to figure out a way to rationalize something. Everybody understands that.
No, absolutely. Look, I think that's an amazing perspective and a good lesson for anybody. You know, we have a lot of business owners on the call, and, you know, they're going to go through ups and downs, but you kind of go along a trajectory, and you take whatever loss you have and go in the next direction. And that's the path. So I'm going to bring up your longtime coach in this next question. So I was seeing some interviews with Tom Tellez. Is that how you pronounce it?
Tom Tellez.
Yeah. So interestingly enough, he said at first he was not interested in you becoming a sprinter, and he really just wanted you to long jump.
Right.
But he said he knew, speaking of you, he said Carl knew where he wanted to go, and he went there and didn't let anything major get between him and his goals. Yeah. Can you just speak to that, just that determination that you had, and also getting into sprints?
Yeah. Well, it's an interesting thing. I came to Houston in 1979. The world was different in sports. Television, there were 3 networks. That was it. The NBA was on at 11:30 p.m. at night. Remember those days? And so, but I always wanted track and field to be like those other sports because I admired those other sports. And so when I came in, I set a goal of I wanted to be financially successful. I wanted to have the sport big, and I wanted to break the world record. Well, when I got here after my first year, I realized how hard the world record was going to be. And I realized that probably the highest paid person that year made about $30,000 or $40,000. And I said, that's a heck of a long way from being a millionaire, like these other guys are. So because of that, it totally altered what I ended up doing. And it was like I had this goal out there 15 years from now that I have to accomplish. And I put my name on it before I knew what had to be done to do it. So that's why everything changed. So therefore, I wanted to long jump too. I just was the same. We were on the same page. I said, I'll help the team because I wanted to help the team. But then I realized, well, if I want to become famous enough and change the sport to professionalism, then I've got to get that #1 sprinter in the world title. Because in those days, the world's fastest human was even a bigger title than it is now. Because remember, it used to be the heavyweight champion, the world's fastest human, the world's greatest athlete, and then everyone else competed.
Yep.
So once I got that, and I realized I maxed that out, and then said, you know what? The LA Olympics is going to be in Los Angeles, so I've got to try to do Jesse Owens. So it all happened because of the goal that I set as an 18-year-old, not knowing what the heck I was talking about. And then, and putting my name on it at that age and then going for it. Because, I look back at 84, I was 22, I turned 23 between the Olympic trials and the Olympic Games. So I was so young, I wasn't even old enough to know that I should not have even tried to do that. And if that makes sense, being just 22 years old, but no one's ever tried it that was alive. The media has never around it like this. The Olympic Games is in my home country. It's never been covered like this before. So it was all these things we didn't know. Thank God I was too young to know that I shouldn't have even tried it, and then after that, it just kind of went from there. But it goes back to like the connection in business. You have to kind of know where you want to end up. You really do. And then it makes it easier to fill in the blanks. So let's just say when I recruit, I tell the kids, ask them, where are you at 40? And, some just da-da-da-da, and some just freak out. But then they give me these questions. Say, I want to break the world record in the pole vault or the long jump or the 100 meters. And I said, well, that's going to take to running this fast. So now all of a sudden, every practice is important. It's not about winning. It's about, are you closer to that goal? And now, so it makes it more specific. It makes every single day. And if you're in business, which basically I've been myself, our whole business is myself, it makes it important. I mean, quality control, well, I make sure that I show up and look properly. I'm prepared. I'm not tired. And I understand information. I do my studies, so I understand what we're talking about. These are all the same things, but that's all because I want to have a successful business, because I wanted to have this thing that I built up in my track career. So it's so similar, and the discipline and the structure is so similar. And if it wasn't for me opening my big mouth when I was 18, that I wanted to be a millionaire and I wanted to do it in track and field and I wanted to jump 29 feet, maybe none of this happened.
Yep. No, that's amazing advice. I love that perspective. So one of the things I honestly did not know about you, I didn't know you actually made the 1980s Olympics. Well, obviously it never happened, but I was completely unaware of this. I guess talk to like what that was like. I guess, I mean, you work very hard to make the Olympic team and then it's taken away.
Right. Well, just to put some perspective, I did not win my state meet my junior year. And then 2 years later, I'm on the Olympic team. So it happened so fast. I was 18, the youngest male on the entire team. Okay. So the next youngest, believe it or not, was Isaiah Thomas. he was a little bit older in basketball. So here I'm, this young guy, teenager, that made the team in the long jump and was an alternate for the relay. And to put it in perspective is that I was so young. I was still in that age in life where, I'll go to the next one. I mean, and it's not like it wasn't flippant. It was just naive. I was so naive about it. And I wasn't even thinking that the next one would be LA. And to think I just made it as the youngest guy on the entire male on the entire Olympic team. I made it. I'm there. And 4 years later, I'm the biggest star in the world at the Olympics in Los Angeles. I mean, it just that kind of just encapsulates what my life and career was like.
Yeah, no, it's pretty crazy times thinking about it. And I'm going to now fast forward to the 1984 Olympics, which you brought up. And it just seems like all the stars align. I mean, you're talking about it being in Los Angeles. You're going for a record, something that hadn't happened since Jesse Owens in 1936 in Berlin. And we were explaining earlier for the younger people on this call, I just don't think they understand what the Olympics meant back then. And when you talk about the 3 channels, and I read 2/3 of the entire United States of America watched those Olympic Games.
Right.
And, outside of yourself, and we talked actually with Mary Lou Retton earlier today. I mean, you're two of probably the biggest stars coming out of that Olympics.
Yeah.
But you won 4 gold medals. I just need to make this clear to people. You won the 100-meter, which made you the fastest man in the world, the 200, the 4x1 relay, and the long jump, which again hadn't been done since 1936. What did that mean to you? Because you're now talking about history with somebody you really looked up to as well.
Well, I'll tell you this. It is a lot of planning. I started planning it in 1982, so it wasn't like we just said, let's just go do this. The funniest thing about it is that Coach Tellez was like, I don't know what to do. Jesse Owens and his coach have passed on, so we don't know who to ask. So we had to kind of wing it. But in some cases, like preparation and all these things, you go overboard because you're like, oh my God, what if I did this one thing and I lose by 1 inch? And I think about that in 2 years from now. That's how you get. And so getting there, and then get this, competing 7 out of 8 consecutive days. So I went 4 days, a day off, then 3 days. So it was just like every day you finished, you had to get up the next day. You had to get up the next day. And so that was really the hardest thing, mentally saying, oh my God, I am so sore. I do not want to go tomorrow. And so the long jump final and the 200 qualifying races, 2 of them were the same day. So it was just an amazing thing. I don't remember a lot of it, which is kind of bizarre now because I was so like focused in. And the thing that I remember the most is that, I rented a house because I couldn't stay in the village. Because my roommates were like, please leave this room. I was there for about a couple of hours and all we got was knock, 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 knock. Carlos here, knock, knock, knock. So I rented a home and my entire family stayed. That's the only Olympics that my mother and father were alive to see together. And that was amazing to see this little kid, just really 12 years ago, just starting track. And I wasn't that good and very, very shy. And now here I am renting a home in Hollywood for me to be on Hollywood's biggest stage in the world right now. I mean, it was just, it was an incredible thing. But I tried it. I tell everyone this, I tried 4 times. I went back in 88 and made it the same events and got 2 golds and a silver. And I tried it again and only made 2 events in 92 and only made one event in 96. So here again, it's back to the whole business thing and my life, because at 35, I was trying it again. They were like, why are you doing this? I said, because I would rather not do it than wonder if I could. Yeah. And so it was incomplete. But the important thing is that technically I only completed that mission 25% of the time. Wow. But thank God I did it in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
and then I ended it with the gold medal in the long jump in Atlanta. And who would have ever, I never in a million years would have thought that I would be competing again in the Olympics at 35 when I made my first team at 18.
Yeah. No, and Carl, I was actually live at that event. I had very good seats. I distinctly remember you walking by, like getting ready for the long jump. It was quite a moment. Yeah. It's hard to explain to anybody. And obviously I wasn't competing, but just being the night, being a lifelong fan of yours and just seeing it, it was like, and this is again, back in a time nowadays, like you're seeing athletes like LeBron James go into their 40s, but it was very unheard of for an Olympic athlete to be 35 years old.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you something. That was an amazing night for me, not just because of the performance, but when I walked out and they're announcing the jumpers, you remember they lined up, you announced the 12 finalists, and I get a standing ovation for my announcement. And then I got very emotional there. And then, of course, the competition goes. The first jump was, okay, that's going to get me in the final. The second one was terrible. And I looked up at my coach. He was so mad at me. Coach Tellez was so mad at me. He just turned around and said, I don't know what you're doing, and turned and walked off. Here I am at 35, and he's still doing that to me.
Wow.
And then, of course, the big one came on the third one. But you know what's interesting since you were there? So, I did try to get in people's heads. So I admit, I did try to speak out, not by saying anything to them, not by doing anything to them, but because I remember making that jump, and then I knew it was a good jump, that. And I landed, did all the thing, and I collapsed on the ground, and I did it, and I went straight to the crowd. I'm like, yes, I want all of you because I want all of those guys over there said, oh my God, what did he do? What's going on? And it did. It got in their heads. And so it was just an amazing night. And then for it to end and then take the lap of the whole stadium. And And then my sister Carol was doing TV, and she runs down and meets me at the finish line. It was just incredible.
Yeah, no, totally magical night for anybody that was in attendance and watching, of course. So one of the other really interesting things I was looking up, and I guess I just didn't realize it thinking back to your races. There was a lot of people who talked about, and they say the records show this, and you can talk about this, but that you lost the least amount of top speed among 100 meter. So Michael Johnson actually said it's his signature quality. Lots of races he had. He looks like he isn't even in it at the start. It looks like he's speeding up towards the end, but it's not that. It's actually everybody's slowing down. He's just slowing down at a slower rate.
Yeah.
Is that true? You're not necessarily speeding up?
Yeah, and I'm going to give your audience, everyone, a really interesting fact. Do you know the human can only run full speed about 4 or 5 strides, 10 meters?
I didn't know that.
1 second.
Wow.
So you're slowing down before you realize it. So therefore, in 100 meters, 90% of the race is speeding up and slowing down. So it's who manages the 90%. So what I would do is I didn't go out as hard, and I would hit full speed a little bit later and stay more relaxed and maintain very close to my full speed, a very slow decline. Whereas a lot of them went out really hard early and hit full speed earlier and then worked harder and went down faster. So my thing was, they're coming back. You know, you guys can go on all you want. And each year they try to get farther and farther out, and they came back faster. It was kind of like a slingshot. You know, the harder you throw it, the faster it comes back to you, or like something on a rubber band. That's how it was for me. And I practiced maintaining that ending. And so we managed the race down to each 10 meters, and we had to run the exact same way every single time.
Got it. Yeah, and I'd encourage anybody to Google. I think it was the 1984 at 100 meters. Like, I think you're in like 7th place after like 10 yards, and so it's just an amazing watching it. I want to kind of shift gears. You mentioned Mike Powell. I want to talk into like rivalries or perceived rivalries. Obviously, there's the Ben Johnson and Mike Powell. There's probably would be the ones that come up the most. I guess, did you perceive these to be rivalries? Because I mean, you, for the most part, always beat those individuals with the exception of a couple races. So did you perceive it as a rivalry, or, you know, what was your perspective?
Each one is different, unique. The long jump, what really happened is I saw Mike as a rivalry after he won. But before then, to me, it was always about how far I could jump, because I always thought of the long jump as keep away, because I jumped 28 feet at 19. So therefore, and I could pull up a 28 any major meet. So therefore, hardly anyone else did it. So I said, okay, every meet, what my rivalry was, okay, jump 28.5 and you won. You do it in the first jump, it's over. You want to take any more jumps. So that was it until obviously Mike came in. And then when Mike won in Tokyo, it actually, in a way, it kind of relieved, because, you know, I had this 10-year streak, and I did not want to lose it, and I did want the world records. Let's not play that game here. But after it was over, then the streak wasn't important. It was just that. And so winning major championships and being successful. So that did there. Now in the sprints, it was different, because first of all, Ben Johnson was kind of the first real rival. And then that, of course, we know how that ended with the drug story and everything. And then Leroy Burrell, Linford Christie. So it was kind of always about every 2 or 3 years, like, okay, here's the next person that's going to get rid of Carl. Okay, here's the next person to get rid of Carl. So I had to constantly get better. And this is something that I don't think people talk about enough. In 1991, at 19, my personal best was 10.00. I'm sorry, 1981 rather. And in 1991, at 30, when I turned 30, my personal best was 9.86. So it wasn't like I just kept getting better and better and better to stay ahead of everyone there. And I think I was #1 in the world 7 or 8 times in that 10 years. And so the whole point was, there was a rivalry, but it was always, you know, focus on what you can control. You can't control winning a medal. You can't control winning a race. You can't control the weather, anything. But what you can control is trying to hit a certain time. So I would always say, well, if I'm going to win this, I have to run 9:90. If I'm going to win this, I'm going to have to do this. So therefore, here again, it's back to what we talked about earlier. Now the focus is on, how do I get to 9:90? Because I knew when I ran 9.86, I knew that Leroy Burrell was going to break 9:90. I knew that. So I said, if I can't break 9:90, I can't beat him. So therefore, train to break 9:90. Now, I also said that if I run 1980 or better, I'll win the 1988 Olympics. Well, Joe DeLoach ran 1975 and I ran 1979. So it doesn't always work. But when that happens, you just go over and hug them.
Yeah.
Because you know, you can only plan so much. You can't plan other people's greatness. Just like Mike Powell, same way.
Yeah. And I want to make sure the audience understands you went through it quickly with about the 65 straight victories. I need to reiterate this because it's ridiculously impressive. We're talking about a span of 10 and a half years where Carl Lewis never lost a long jump, 65 straight competitions. It's never going to be matched, especially in a sport where you can DQ so easily. And by the way, Colin, maybe you know this or not, 9 of your jumps are still in the top 20, 5 are still in the top 10. I mean, we're talking 25, 30 years later. It's just incredibly impressive.
Yeah.
And then with the 1991, because you brought it up, that that was a world record at the time. I mean, it's still a top 25 time, and that's 32 years later. And you just think of all the evolution of running. It's just very impressive. those numbers.
You know what? The thing is, that was my baby. People most of the time they talk about my sprinting, and it makes sense because the world's fastest human. You don't say, "Oh, he's jumped the farthest."
Right.
But the long jump was my baby. That was it. If I had to take anything away, it would have been the 200, then the 100, and the long jump had to stay. So I had the most pride in that. And that's the other ones. If I kind of lost the race, okay, all right, I'll see you in June, But the long jump, that was one that I really, took a lot of pride in. And it's so much more difficult. I mean, if you had to do a scale of 10, 1 to 10, and then say the long jump was 10, then the 100 meters is probably about a 4. And the 200, maybe 200 is a little bit harder, 5, but it's not even in the stratosphere as how difficult the long jump is.
Yeah.
And I think that's why it's right now, the event is so inconsistent because it is difficult. And, we are in a society that people don't like challenges anymore. How can I make this easier?
Yep.
Get the same result. So that's where it is.
Excellent. Me and you had a chance to talk before this interview a couple of days ago, and we talked about rivalries, and then we started talking about the relay races that you would have to run. Sometimes representing your country, so you of course want to win and you want to represent your country, get a gold, but sometimes you're on the same team with people that you might not even like, I guess, or were considered rival. Like maybe just talk through that dynamic, because I actually think that relates to some just business owners, and sometimes we have to work with people we don't like and things like that. So maybe just talk through that dynamic.
Well, it's an interesting, because I did have people that you'd argue. It's like, I can't stand you, I can't stand you, I can't stand you. And then you're hugging after the relay races. But you know what? As a coach, it happens on our team. We have kids. I don't like her. I don't like him. I don't like this. I don't like, okay, fine. Deal with that. Let's run this race right now.
Yep.
The thing is, I think the biggest thing is that winning kind of makes everything, it's like, it's a wonderful disinfectant. Success is so it's like, I can't stand working with him. I can't stand working with him. Oh, you guys got congratulations on that project. You're #1 in the region and you did very well. Oh, okay, well that's good. Let's go celebrate. Wait, what? I thought you didn't like him. Well, I didn't like him before we won. So it's just the way it is. And I think that the thing is that one of the things working with these young people, 18 to 23 is basically the average age, is that teaching them that dynamic. One thing I say is that, look, the sooner you realize that every single day of your life, you're probably going to have to do 100 things you don't want to do. And in my case, it starts with getting up. Yep. Then you will be better off in life. And how do I manage those 100 things and make those into positive, and the good things and the strong things, and then add that on top of it. So you're always going to have that. You're always going to have something you don't like. You're always going to have someone you don't get along with. But if you can stay focused on what's important, then that's what guides you.
Yeah. And it's funny you mentioned winning fixes everything. And I think in the business world, the common saying is sales fixes everything too, right? It's like you're going through hard times, but then if you're killing it in the month, everybody's happy. It's not that different. So I'm putting you in the spot to see if you remember this or not, but I was actually watching, this is when you're a coach at Houston. You were talking with your team and you were saying who the best runners of all time are. So you want to explain your theory here?
Yes, okay. The best runners, mechanical runners, technical runners of all time were cavemen. Okay. Because guess what? If you did not run well, you became dinner. So the guys that ran the best, that could run the longest, that could sprint the quickest, those are the ones that survived. So those are the genes that passed down, throughout history. So I always tell people, now not all the cavemen, because it's one of those things like, that bear's coming, there's two of us. So I don't have to beat the bear, I just have to beat you.
Yeah. I thought that was funny. That's why I wanted to share that with everybody.
Yeah, I had a lot of comments on that. People I didn't think about that.
Yeah, and maybe that's a good segue into transitioning to talk about like coaching and leadership. Like, what's that transition been for you as a progression in your life?
Well, it's really a dichotomy of two things. Number one, Coach Celeste said, if you're going to do this, you're going to be good at it, and that doesn't mean you're going to be good, but you're going to be prepared and you're going to have the information. First thing he did was give me a stack like this and said, go read and I'll see you in a few weeks, not just wing it. And so we did that. And it's a dynamic because in reality, I'm dealing with a whole group of people. So every single track meet, every single practice, you have someone in the sky, most on the ground, and someone on the cliff. Mm-hmm. So once you realize you're going to have that all the time, then you deal with it. And sometimes you deal with it differently. Sometimes you go over and put your hand around them. And sometimes you're going to say, you know what, I'm not in the mood for this today. You figure it out. And so that's dynamic. But one thing I do, one of my things that I try to make everyone laugh at least once a day. That's the thing. If I can get you to laugh, and even if you're mad or something, and then if I can get everyone to laugh once a day, then it's it. But that's my goal every day because I like to have fun and I like to joke around. So the kids just, most of the time they're like, oh, that's him, that's our coach, just rolling their eyes. Like, even my son, like sometimes like, you're embarrassing, It's kind of the roles reversed. You're supposed to embarrass me, but I'm embarrassing you, So that's it. It's you can take it very seriously, but you have to realize that everyone's coming from so many different dynamics, and kids now crave more attention. And I don't mean more attention but they're so used to the spotlight on them with their social media programs and the way it is, and the way they look at themselves, that everyone wants even more individual attention. You'll have a kid today going to say, well, I don't like it here anymore because so-and-so doesn't like me. And I'm like, okay, great. So you want to go somewhere else? Well, yeah, I want to go somewhere else. I said, okay, so then so-and-so else is going to dislike you. So why don't you figure out what the problem is here, and let's fix that and then move on in life instead of just take that same problem where you go. Yep. Because we're so used to now in society is if something's challenging, make it a little more challenging. I mean, I look at COVID. I know we talk so much about how rough COVID was for kids. I look at it opposite. My granddaughter came for 6 weeks. When was the last time you sat down and ate dinner with your family? Mm-hmm. When did you talk? And I looked at it opposite. I said, wow. We got so used to kids just doing everything, eating on the run, doing this, going to thing. Now all of a sudden you can sit down and learn what their life is like. You can talk about things. You can do things together. That's how I look at situations. Challenging, difficult, but the reality is that there's always a positive in every single thing that you do. So how do you flip that? Here again, I lost the long jump to not to Bob Beamon, to Mike Powell. Didn't get the world record. But because of that, I kept jumping and got 2 Olympic gold medals. And that's historic. So there's always something you can take out of it if you just have that focus and mindset to how do I flip this? How to make a negative into a positive?
Absolutely. So there's some audience Q&A that I've got, but I do want to go back. I'm going to go back one more time, and then we'll kind of go to the audience Q&A. We're talking about rivalries. Whether you like it or not, you are tied to Ben Johnson historically. Conversation comes up. But interestingly enough, you told me a fact that of all the years maybe competing here and there, you've only talked to Ben Johnson for like an hour in your entire life. Is that correct?
It's hard to because people ask me that all the time. Do you hang out with so-and-so? I'm like, well, think about this. I live in Houston. I have my group of friends because we had the Santa Monica Track Club. That's our group of friends and teammates and cohorts. And then he lives in Canada. And when you go to track meets, I warm up with my friends and everyone. Mm-hmm. We go run the meet. We go run the race 10 seconds. We're warming up. And you'll say, good luck, whatever. That's it. You don't really see people that much because of the way it is. It's almost like, if you're on, think about this. If you are on the Philadelphia Eagles, of course I picked my Eagles. Then just think about, you're asking how much did you see the London Bearcats? You know, I mean, that's kind of what it's like. It's like, well, I've
Yep.
never been to London because they live in London, you know.
Yeah.
And there's no, you only come together when you play the game. So
Got it.
that's kind of what it was with him. And so most of my competitors, that's it, because I looked at it as a business from day one. So when I went to Go, I used to focus on the business. I mean, if you look back through my history, they said, oh, he was so aloof and he was so arrogant. Well, you know why? Because I sat in my room all the time. No one ever saw me, because I was like, this is a business trip. It's not a fun trip. So
Yeah.
going out, I'm going to go to a museum or something. But no, they never saw me. It's like, he's always by himself. And when I long jumped, I'd sit by myself. He's always by himself. Yeah, because I'm here, you know, it's like a job. My job, I had to stay focused, you know. So that was the way I looked at it. And when I saw them, hello, how are you doing? Nice to see you. I'll see you next week. But I want the same results though.
Yep. That's, yeah. So I'll go into some audience Q&A. So John here asked, did you have a favorite place to do a track race? Like, is there a particular stadium or anything like that?
Well, you know, since I'm at this age where I can be totally honest, there were two things. You know, I love to compete at home, my home track at Houston. I know in Europe, Berlin was a historic place. I really enjoyed Berlin a lot. Zurich was very good. Oslo was good. But when it really came down to it, I could be convinced to like a stadium more with the wire transfer. So
Yeah.
I was pretty clear. Those wire transfers had a lot to do with the stadiums I liked. Because all those places I mentioned, I went every year.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to ask this question. Don't get mad at me because I have a way to relate it back to me for a second.
Okay.
Do you regret throwing out the first pitch at a baseball game?
Well, no. I mean, no. And I've thrown the pitch out about 20 times.
Okay.
So that's you know how it is. That's the
Yeah.
funny shit. So that time, if that's you want to do that, that's fine. No big deal.
Yeah. I for my bachelor party, we had a Nationals game, and I saw I guess they arranged for me to throw the first pitch, and I one hopped it. So I've been there.
It's a lot harder than people think.
Yeah.
Most of the time, I would say of the 20 times or 10 to 20, something like that. Most of the time, I almost threw it over their head. So I was like, "Thank you, catcher," you know. But where we are in society, if you go up and you make a mistake, then it's amplified, you know.
Yeah.
So,
well, and interesting. The last thing I'll say about it is you asked them to throw it back, and you actually threw a good pitch the second time.
That's right. I was nervous the first time. You know,
Yeah.
I was like, look. Steve Sabathia used to put things in the dirt sometimes. Come on here.
Yeah, exactly. Suzanne asked a question about your vegan lifestyle, and I don't know when you went vegan. Was it in your athletic career or post career?
Yeah, I went vegan the first time in 1989, and
Okay.
when no one was vegan, and what athletes, it just wasn't in. And I did it because I wanted to keep my fitness. It was about fitness, and you know, my body was my business, so I wanted to keep. I didn't really have a good eating habits in those days. I was kind of starving to stay low. And I guess if you did it now, in those days, I just wasn't eating properly. Now it would be an eating disorder. You know how everything's a syndrome now. So, and then I said, this isn't healthy for me. So I changed it. And that's when I did it. And most of my performances came, matter of fact, all of my personal bests, well, in the 100 and the long jump came after I changed my diet.
Okay.
And since then, I've been mostly a vegan vegetarian since then, even now. So I always make this joke. I don't like to gamble. You know, I love Vegas, but I never gamble. I go there, shows, whatever, never gamble. So back in those days, when everyone was starting to go to Vegas, we're all going to Vegas, we're doing this, everything. They went to Vegas, I hired a cook. And boom, that's, you know. And so I watched the evolution of the, diets and vegans and vegetarians in health food stores. And I used to know health food stores everywhere. When I used to travel, they'd have a juicer because I did fresh juice. I'd have a juicer in my room, all of that stuff. And it's just funny how 30 years later, all those stores are gone, and it's in grocery stores. It's mainstream now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'm here in Austin, and that's it's where Whole Foods started, and So this one comes from Erica. As a world-renowned athlete, like especially at the height of things, like you're getting access to things that you could probably just never even imagine. Was there anything like that just stood out to you? Obviously you were on talk shows, things like that. Was there something you were just like, oh my God, I cannot believe this, I was given this opportunity, or something like that?
There are a few. I mean, I met Nelson Mandela in the White House. in South Africa. I mean, really? I mean, that's, and I offered him a pair of shoes. I said, you know, I know you like to walk, and I gave him a pair of shoes. And so that's what I'm talking. And then I've been to, you know, I've met entertainers all over. I remember really, really special time when Frank Sinatra invited me to a show, and I saw Lucille Ball, and she was sitting down. I said, oh my God, it's Lucille Ball. I went over to her, and she recognized me. She got up, she hugged me. Oh my goodness, I cheer for you. And I'm saying, this is Lucille Ball. So it has been incredible what it's done for me. Number one, it has taken me around the world. My perspective is so different. I've been to museums, I've been to presidencies, I've been everywhere. And I love food in every country in the world, and that's one of my problems. But and I've met everyone, and it's just incredible. And I'm so thankful for that. The people that took me around to places like Narada Michael Walden, who's a good friend in the music business. He took me to all this industry things and introduced me to people like Street and Moy and Sam Mings. It's been incredible. So I that is the joy of my life, being able to be exposed to so many things, especially for a kid from Willingboro, New Jersey. And I'll tell you something that a lot of people don't know. My mother, it all came because my mother went to the Pan Am Games in Argentina in 1951. It was the first time she was ever on a plane. She's a country girl from Alabama, and she went down there. And my mother at that event went to a dinner that was hosted by the president and the first lady, and she shook their hands. And she was just 20 years old in 1951, and that was Juan and Eva Perón.
Oh
So
my gosh.
Mom shook Evita's hand. And so, but because of that, she says, you are all going to travel out of the country before you graduate from high school, and you're going to go around the world. And we all did.
That's
so
amazing.
Yeah, it's been wonderful. Thank you for the question.
Yeah. And I'll get you out on these last two. Just, you know, I think athletics and business, there's so many lessons you can draw from both. And somebody, Bob was just asking if you were giving advice to a young athlete or somebody who's about to take the endeavor of starting a business, just any particular advice that you might give them.
Well, one piece of advice is I always say, who are you at 40? Where are you? What have you accomplished? Where do you live? Are you married? Do you have kids? What city are you living in? You know, I mean, because what happens is that you start I had one kid I asked, and he says, well, I want to have be married, have 5 kids. I want to be a doctor, and I want to go to 3 Olympics. And I said, well, we got a problem here because that's a lot of stuff. So all of a sudden you start thinking about, well, wait a minute, you know, well, and he went from a surgeon to a podiatrist because that was less time, he said. The 3 kids became 1 child. You know, the 3 Olympics became 2 Olympics. You know, that's what happened. So I think the big thing is that, and this isn't because I'm any genius, it's because wanting to jump 29 feet and be famous and successful had me alter everything that I ever thought that I would have to do in life. I never thought that I'd have to do learn about makeup because I was going on TV shows, or learning about interviews, or little things like when a race is over, try to make sure you're recovered before you're talking, so you're not talking like that, which they do. And then all these things. So I worked for a TV station, I worked for a radio station. I took voice lessons, I did music. So all of these things I never thought I would have done, but I did all of those because what happened? So here we are 30, 40 years later, and I speak everywhere, my foundation with the UN, all these things happen because I did all of those things to become successful in track and field. Yep. So I think the biggest thing is know where you want to be at that stage, because that's an age when you have a lot of future and a lot of past, and then you start filling in those blanks. And if I did not want to be this famous, super wealthy person, because I always wanted money, even as a little kid, there's no way I would have pushed so hard for professionalism, because that was the hardest thing I did in track, because that's what everyone didn't want to happen. You know, so they didn't push back when I competed. Everyone just said, "Oh, he won again." Yeah. But with that, they're like, "No, we can't have that, because that's power and opportunity and blah blah blah." So I never would have done that. I would have just ended my career. Everything would have been different.
Yeah, a very sound advice. And my last thing, so I just moved to Texas, Carl, like a couple months ago. I'm in Austin. So my question is, if I find myself in Houston and it's around track season, can I come by and say hello?
Oh, absolutely. No, if it's from January to June, absolutely. It's either practice or a meet. but you know, and I live right near the university in Third Ward, Houston, Texas. Okay.
Okay.
And so if you're in Houston, there are two things you have to do.
Okay.
Of course, come see U of H and U of H track and field. And the other thing is eat. This city is incredible for food. There is nowhere on earth that you can get food like this. So you come to any day of the week at that time, absolutely. But I'm also going to say, I'll take you to lunch somewhere that's interesting and new.
Okay. And by the way, I'm seeing my entire team just calling me shameless and whatever. But look, there's a good lesson to be here, Carl. If you don't ask, you won't receive.
You will not get it. No two ways about that. You got a track date and a lunch date.
Okay, I love it. Awesome, Carl. Seriously, thank you so much. It's been a delight to meet you. I had your posters on my walls growing up as a kid, and it's a full circle moment for me. And just you're very, very gracious, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and I hope you guys learned a lot. But I tell you something. What's really interesting? If life was easy, everybody be good at it.
Yep.
You hear that? If it was easy, everybody be good at it. So the people that are successful in a lot of cases, they understand how the challenges are. You know, and this is another thing. This is the last thing that I tell young athletes. I say, you know what? If you want to be great, you're going to sacrifice. I sacrificed. I missed parties. I missed events. I didn't do all these kind of things. And so I tell them, I used to miss all the parties, right? But now I give them.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, Carl. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Okay.
Bye.
How amazing is that, huh?
It's pretty crazy. Yeah.
I learned a couple things. One, his kids are like my kids, and they're embarrassed by him, and my kids are embarrassed by me. Two, you said something about not necessarily liking the people that you're teammates with. I thought that was a direct shot at me.
I was not. No, it had nothing to do with that, actually.
Yeah, that's great. What a just a gentleman. That was well done. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate that. I think I just think it's so. I think it relates so much to like MSPs, especially like when you go into business and you have a path of like, we have so many MSPs that are now getting into that stage of like they're ready to sell. It's not different. Like if you start off your career and you're just like, in 15 years, I want to sell it. Like he obviously did an incredible amount of hard work, but it's like he willed his mind to achieve the goals, right? Like 100%. That was in his head, and he just wasn't. What his coach said, he wasn't going to let anything get in the way with what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
So
good stuff. Well done. What a day. What a day.
Yep. A day. And thank you to the people who've stuck around for 4.5 hours. It's a pretty big ask for a lot of people, but we certainly appreciate it. We hope that you got lots out of this, and I believe we'll have some recordings of the Mary Lou Retton interview and the Carl Lewis one. So if you missed one of them, I know we'll have it for maybe at least 30 days that you'll be able to log in and see that. I don't know, any parting words, Kevin, before we, other than thanking the team backstage, Caitlin, Erica, Garrett, and all the participants.
Yeah, they did an amazing job. Great job, Caitlin, in her session earlier. So yeah, awesome stuff. Good job.
All right, so we will let you go. We're not going to make you stay for 4 hours and 31 minutes. So all right, it's already there. So we're on. All right, thanks everyone.